My name is Peter Ndoro, by the way, and it's a great pleasure for me to be your moderator for today's proceedings. And what are we here for today? Well, we're here for the hosting agreement signing ceremony, and this is for Durban to be the host city for Africa's premier trade and investment event, and that's the Intra-Africa Trade Fair for 2021. And I think just by looking around the room and seeing the people that have come for this event, this prelude to the main event, I think one gets a sense of just how important this trade fair, this trade event is. It really is one of the biggest milestones, I think, on the continent's calendar, especially coming at a time when we've been enduring the effects and the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the disruptions that it's caused to business, to economic and social life. But given that, I think that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, coupled, of course, with Africa's never-dying, indomitable spirit, we do have an opportunity to kickstart economic and business growth. And the Inter-African Trade Fair is one of those vehicles, I think, that really can do a tremendous amount to get us going again, to get the continent fired up again, and facilitate, as I said, that business growth and economic development that we so desperately need. And it's an opportunity that you will agree we really, really have to grab with both hands. This year we're targeting an astonishing $40 billion to be struck at this event. That's in terms of deals, and we're hoping that this will provide also an unrivaled networking opportunity for business contacts and attendees, which will undoubtedly feed through, I think, to future flows of trade and investment across the continent. So we're very, very excited. We're grateful that you're here today to witness this hosting agreement signing, and also to the media for helping tell this very, very important story at this time. I think the more that we can do things like this, the more hope that we can create about the future. It's been a difficult, difficult time. But when we start to come together and build in the way that we're doing with a trade fair event like this, I think hope can be created. And this sort of thing can't happen without people coming together, partnerships being created, sponsorships, and people working in common cause to make events such as this happen. So it's important to thank the African Export-Import Bank. Thank you to the African Union. Thank you to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Republic of South Africa, and indeed the great city of Durban for all the hard work that's been put in to make sure that the IATF 2021 can become a reality on behalf of the 1.4 billion people across the continent, because it does affect us all in one form or another. And so it's important that we say thank you very much indeed to you. We have a pretty simple program today. We've got a number of speakers that we've lined up just to say a few words, and I think their thoughts and their ideas really will contribute to how this will play out a little bit later on this year, and put a bit of context for us on how important it is. Then we'll have the actual signing ceremony, and then you, the media in particular, will have an opportunity to put your questions through to our guests. They often say that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and just to give you an idea of what to look forward to in November, the IATF 2021, let's just take a look at this.
The African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the second Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF. Republic of South Africa, in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. 15th to the 21st of November 2021. IATF 2021 is expected to attract over 1,100 exhibitors and 5,000 conference participants from more than 55 countries, and to generate up to $40 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2021 will consist of an exhibition, a trade and investment forum comprising of the IATF 2021 conference featuring leading African and international speakers, and a variety of sessions on, among others, African trade and investment, opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, and training workshops covering exporting, standards and marketing. A virtual trade fair providing buyers, sellers, exhibitors and countries an interactive online platform where they can showcase their goods, services and investment opportunities. African heads of state, ministers responsible for trade, industry and finance, central bank governors and captains of industry will be participating from the 15th to the 21st of November 2021. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat, and hosted by the Government of the Republic of South Africa in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, with the support of our official event partners. Intra-African Trade Fair, transforming Africa. To register and get more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Please feel free to clap. Yeah, so there you have it. I think those numbers speak for themselves. And I think what's exciting about it, it's going to be the biggest event since COVID-19, certainly on the continent. And what a fantastic venue to have it here in Durban, eThekwini in South Africa. And it'll really just be one of those things that will give hope to the continent that things are getting back and that we're starting to build again. So please put it in your diary, 21 November. It's all happening here in Durban, the Inter-Africa trade event. All right, so as I said, we have a number of speakers that I'm going to be bringing up just to share their thoughts about today's signing ceremony and also the event later in the year. And it's my great pleasure now to invite our first speaker, who's the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga.
Thank you very much, Moderator. And since I'm the first speaker, I want to salute His Excellency Baba Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the chairperson of the Advisory Council of the African continent, of the Intra-African Trade Fair, as well as the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And for the rest, I'm going to appropriate your salutations, and you are free to charge me your intellectual property rights. What brings us together here comes a way back. And who made it possible are our liberation heroes. Throughout Africa, we have our liberation heroes. And in this country, one can talk of Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Oliver Tambo, among others. And like I said, they are to be found all over Africa. We're at a stage now where we need to celebrate our development heroes. We want developmental leaders who can bring about prosperity in Africa, inclusive prosperity, where every African goes to bed with decent meals, a minimum of 3, where every African has decent jobs, sanitation, health, education, among several other needs of life. And the African Continental Free, the Intra-African Trade Fair. So every time I say African, it's African Continental Free Trade. Intra-African Trade Fair is a very vital platform to be used by each developmental leader who wants to transform their continent. It offers immense opportunities. One can come to look at the offerings of the exhibitors and learn about what they are doing, and in the process, learn how to do it better, become more competitive. One can come to engage in business-to-business transactions or business-to-government transactions. And the figures have been stated. And through those transactions, you open up possibilities for increased trade and increased investments. And this cannot be done in isolation. You can see here the range of partners involved. It's collaboration which makes it all possible. And as the African Union, we are very, very grateful to all our partners listed here and listed here who have joined forces to ensure that it succeeds. We succeeded in 2018, above expectations. We thought we would garner 1,000 exhibitors. It was 1,000 plus, about 1,082. We thought we would garner business-to-business transactions of about 25 billion. Went above target to get about 32.4 billion. And in this way, we laid the foundations of a brand called the Intra-African Trade Fair. And by successfully hosting the second one, we are really deepening the foundations of that brand. And for it to grow, the future belongs to the youth. And for this reason, we have not forgotten the youth in this trade fair. We are going to have a very robust African Youth Startup Program. They'll be given the opportunity to showcase their operations. They'll be given the opportunities to engage in business-to-business transactions so that they use the successes of their operations to get additional equity financing. So Africa is moving now towards the direction of bringing about prosperity. And the Intra-African Trade Fair Series is a key element of this. And our task is to make it grow. Our task is to market it. So as we go out here, all of us should talk about the Intra-African Trade Fair. And it's against this background that African Union joins other parties in saying we are moving in the right direction. Therefore, let us sign another commitment that the second edition is going to be held. And my concluding remark is to thank the government of South Africa and the regional government here in KwaZulu-Natal for rising to the challenge to ensure that we sign this agreement at a very short notice. Thank you very much, and I thank each and every one of you.
Your Excellency, thank you very, very much indeed for I think the contribution to the partnership that the African Union has made, thank you so much for pointing out how tremendous this opportunity is that we have and that the IATF 2021 presents, particularly in, I suppose, opening up at these number of possibilities. But I'm particularly excited when you pointed to the youth, because something that a lot of people may not know is that Africa is the youngest continent in the world in terms of the average age of people on the continent. And the average age is 19.7. So everyone in this room, we're probably above average age on the continent. That just gives you an idea of just how young and vibrant this continent is and why it's important, as you say, that they must be included in events such as this, because the future is in their hands and they really need to be part of these platforms. So thank you very, very much indeed, Your Excellency, for your opening thoughts there. All right, it's my great pleasure now to welcome the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, the African Export-Import Bank, Professor Benedict Orama.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me also stand on existing protocol. Recognize Baba, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of Nigeria and the Chairperson of the Advisory Council of the IATF, as well as Mr. Jean-Louis Accra, the former President of Afrexim Bank and Deputy Chair of the Council, our dear brother, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Sikalala, Ambassador Muchanga, Ambassador Mashimbie, the representative of the AFCFTA Secretary General, all other protocols duly observed. It gives me a great pleasure to be back in this beautiful city of Durban to sign the host agreement for the second edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, dubbed IATF 2021, to be hosted by the government of South Africa and the KwaZulu-Natal province from the 15th to 21st of November 2021. I would like to thank His Excellency the Premier, our dear brother, and his government, and indeed the people of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Mayor, Mr. Kaunda, for graciously stepping in and agreeing to host this trade fair, even at short notice. Our special thanks also go to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and his government for supporting the government of KwaZulu-Natal in this effort. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Intra-African Trade Fair is an important instrument for reverse engineering the colonial strategy that has held Africa down for decades. A strategy that used divide and rule as its most potent instrument. The colonial strategy divided us. The trade fair is about breaking down borders and building bridges to help us achieve the ambition of the African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The trade fair is about setting Africa back on its path of global economic leadership, a path that was derailed by colonialism and its aftermath, neo-colonialism. Africa has finally taken decisive steps to rid itself of the vestiges of this cankerworm. A prerequisite to achieving meaningful economic progress. With the courageous and historic signature of the AFCFTA agreement in 2018, and the speed and number of ratifications which saw the agreement enter into force just about a year after, a new chapter in Africa's quest for development has been opened. A chapter that will enable us to deliver the vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its citizens, representing a dynamic force in the global arena, and achieving the vision I earlier mentioned, the Africa we want, which is the AU's Agenda 2063. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we at Afreximbank are proud to be contributing to this new chapter of Africa's integration and renaissance. Among the instruments Afreximbank has deployed towards this end is the Intra-African Trade Fair, an event to be held every 2 years to connect buyers and sellers across Africa, and which addresses the challenges of limited access to trade and market information that continues to constrain intra-African trade and investment. While we have signed the trade agreement, we have to know what exists across our borders. A continent of 55 countries, divided up and fragmented by colonialism, where relationships were built in the north-south direction, not east-west direction, needs the Intra-African Trade Fair to begin to change that scenario that was engineered by colonialism. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we at Afreximbank are proud to be contributing to this new chapter. In 2018, we celebrated the first edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, which was held in Cairo, Egypt. The fair, which was among the first practical deliverables of the AFCFTA agreement, even before it came into force, was a resounding success, as Ambassador Muchanga highlighted. It brought together over 1,000 exhibitors and generated more than $32 billion in business deals. Beyond the headline numbers, the trade fair did indeed transform businesses and economies. It was at the 2018 edition of the trade fair that the largest intra-African EPC contract in an amount of $2.9 billion in support of a dam project in Tanzania was signed between Egyptian contractors and the government of Tanzania. Today, thanks to the support of our Afrexim Bank, as well as Egyptian and Tanzanian banks, the project is on its way to completion to deliver more than 2,000 megawatts of electricity, provide water to nearly 5 million members of the community, and supporting irrigated farming and integrated rural development in Tanzania. It was at the trade fair that a young Nigerian innovator was discovered by Singaporean investors and today designs and produces drones in Singapore. It was at the trade fair that South Sudan contracted with the Egyptian engineering firm for a solar project that is today underway in South Sudan. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the momentum created by the AFCFTA and first Intra-African Trade Fair to drive intra-African trade and integration needs to be sustained. The inaugural Intra-African Trade Fair provided a glimpse of the immense potential that exists for intra-African trade and investments. This second edition will ensure that this momentum is sustained. It is with this in mind that the theme for the IATF2021 is building bridges for a successful AFCFTA. Building on the success of the inaugural trade fair, the one we are about to hold in a few days' time will again provide an opportunity for exhibitors to showcase their goods and services, engage in business-to-business exchanges, and conclude deals. It will consist of a 7-day trade show that provides a platform for sharing trade, investment, and market information, and enabling buyers and sellers, investors, and countries to meet, discuss, and open opportunities for trade and investments. IATF 2021 will also feature a world-leading trade and investment forum that will debate the opportunities arising from the operationalization of the AFCFTA. It will also discuss critical issues that affect Africa's trade and investments, ranging from climate and broader environmental issues to important new technologies, geopolitical tensions, and the opportunities that Africa presents in the new dispensation we are all jointly building. Uniquely, this edition of the trade fair also comes with other important events, namely the Creative Africa Nexus, a platform for showcasing Africa's creative talents, an automotive show co-created with the Association of African Automotive Manufacturers, as well as a youth pavilion under which youth startups will be exposed to potential investors and markets. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, we expect so many exhibitors, so many visitors, and we are confident that the hospitable province of KwaZulu-Natal will receive them. And not only receive them for the benefit of the continent, but also for their own benefit to help boost the economy as we all begin to put the COVID-19 behind us. In addition to these interventions, and while looking forward to greater integration, we will not lose sight of the immediate challenge. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented economic and social turmoil in Africa, as it has done elsewhere around the world. We witnessed and continue to witness the manner in which Africa was marginalized in global vaccine race. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the inadequacies of Africa's healthcare system in terms of research, training, manufacturing, and healthcare delivery. It also told us and made us to learn the importance and benefits of collective self-reliance. Afreximbank continues to play an important role in leading the fight against the COVID-19 in Africa. Having disbursed over $7 billion through a product called a Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, the bank is also supporting the procurement and deployment of 400 million vaccine doses to the African Union member states through the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, of which Afreximbank are one of the principal partners. The acquisition of the vaccines by AVAT was made possible through a $2 billion guarantee facility provided by Afreximbank. The vaccines will be made available to African countries through the African Medical Supplies Platform over a period of 18 months, a platform again made possible with the collaboration of Afreximbank. Although we are supported to obtain these vaccines, the broader impact is that it is enabling us to hold the IATF 2021, because we've made it possible for exhibitors to have confidence to travel. We are making it possible for Africans to begin to think of living the way others in Europe, America, and Asia are beginning to do because they have been vaccinated. And in this context, I would like to thank His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for his vision in setting up and leading the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Task Team. His historic effort demonstrates what Africa can achieve when we work together, and as we move forward, it will be imperative that we invest in Africa's health security. There is no doubt that the IATF is one such investment. We see it as a potential instrument for fostering regional supply chains that will prepare Africa for the next pandemic. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me close my remarks by echoing the words of a Pan-African leader whose vision was an Africa that is politically and economically emancipated and united. This is no other than President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. He said, and I quote, "The forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart. We face neither east nor west. We face forward," unquote. We are very grateful for the support we've received from Premier Zikalala, from President Ramaphosa, and indeed from all South Africans for the opportunity to host this event. We thank all of you for coming today to witness this historic signing ceremony. But beyond that, we want you to become ambassadors of the event we are about to hold in 2 months' time. Make sure that we mobilize as many exhibitors, as many visitors as possible, so that we will hold a resounding event that will help us continue to build the foundation for making the trade fair an instrument that will unite us and help us sustain the ideals and goals of the AFCFTA. I thank you all for listening.
Professor Rama, thank you very, very much indeed for in making sure that this event can happen. Thank you for reminding us just how important this Inter-Africa Trade Fair event is going to be in terms of contributing to breaking down borders, building bridges, and as you said, putting us back on a path to restoring our pre-colonial era glories. And as you said, again, a new chapter in Africa's development as we journey, of course, to Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. And to my colleagues in the media in particular, we don't tell this story often enough and well enough, I think. Agenda 2063. Why it's called that is that in 2063, it will be 100 years since the OAU was formed. And there was a great vision in 1963 with Kwame Nkrumah and others, as you mentioned, for us to do amazing things in unity on this continent. And so 2063, we have to have created and fulfilled that vision. And I think these kinds of events, this Inter-Africa Trade event affair, contributes in large part to that vision towards 2063. So please, as you tell that story, don't forget just how important these steps are. And also reminding us of the success of the IATF 3 years ago, $32 billion worth, I think. Well, this year we're aiming for $40 billion. Unique and tremendous opportunity for us going forward. So thank you very much indeed for your words and your thoughts and encouragement. As you said, we really ought to be ambassadors going forward. We've got another few speakers that I'd like to introduce, but before that, and particularly for our guests that have come from far and wide, just to experience a little bit of what KwaZulu-Natal is good and famous for, and one of those is our culture. So we've invited some young people. As I said, it's a young, vibrant continent, just to perform for us and on this important signing ceremony. So please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a group of young people right here from KwaZulu-Natal, Insika, yeah, Africa. Let's give them a big hand. Let's encourage them, ladies and gentlemen. And why I'm particularly excited about them, this is a group of young people that are given an opportunity to channel their energies into something really positive and cultural. They've been going for about 15 years, giving opportunities, as I said, for young people to dance. They also sing, and they've been at it for about 15 years. And I know that this event is being streamed, so they call themselves Intra-African. And for those who don't know, Intsika is that pole in the middle of one of our traditional houses, particularly in the rural areas, that brings the house, holds it together literally. And so in many ways, they're representative of what this trade fair is all about, building and holding together business and trade on the continent. So perhaps we should call it Intsika, Inter-Africa Trade Fair. I don't know. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Okay. So where is all of this happening? This great and wonderful city. And to share his thoughts about being the host mayor, it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the mayor of eThekwini Municipality, Councillor Mxolisi Kawunda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Peter Ndoro. Your Excellency, Chief Opasanjo, the chairperson of the IATF, as well as the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our Honorable Premier of our beautiful province, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, Professor Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of the Directors of Afrexim Bank, His Excellency Muchanga, the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade and Industry and Mining, His Excellency Mr. Mashimbe, Ambassador of South Africa to Egypt, Deputy Chairperson Mr. Ekra, former President of Afrexim Bank, Ms. Awane, the MD of IATF, MSc Ravi Pillay, and all other MSCs present to this ceremony. The administration of our province, led by the Director General, Dr. Mkize. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. On behalf of people of eThekwini, we are pleased to witness the signing of this agreement to host the 2021 Intra-African Trade Fair in our beautiful city of eThekwini. We are delighted because Durban is truly a melting pot of different cultures and is a home to many fellow Africans who come from various parts of our continent. More importantly, for us, this is yet another vote of confidence in our city as we remain the preferred destination for major international events. The fact that this event will bring over 10,000 people to our shores is a clear indication that it is now safe to do business in our city. We have been able to restore law and order following the July civil unrest, which caused a lot of disruption in our economy. At the same time, we have gained confidence from business, and our citizens have trust that the measures in place are adequate to protect them. Program Director, As the city, we are excited about this opportunity because it has potential to boost our tourism sector, which has been adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic. We also have no doubt that this event will contribute significantly to the city's revenue and create much needed jobs, particularly in the hospitality sector, which lost over 4 billion rand during the hard lockdown. We want to assure the organizers of this event that as a city, we will deliver a memorable Intra-African Trade Fair 2021. Our hotels and restaurants are ready to welcome you within the confines of COVID-19 protocols. Our law enforcement agencies, including our Metro Police, will maintain high visibility in all corners of the city to ensure that safety of our delegates is guaranteed. Ladies and gentlemen, the city of eThekwini in Durban fully support the hosting of this prestigious event as it presents opportunities to integrate our economy as the continent. It is an undeniable fact that Africa is the richest continent in the world. We are endowed with a wealth of minerals resources, vast tract of land, with a potential to feed all our citizens, and thousands of kilometers of the coastline for growing oceans economy. However, we should find practical solutions that will guarantee that we take full advantage of these resources with the goal of ensuring there is meaningful local beneficiation. Currently, ordinary citizens don't derive any benefits from these natural resources that make Africa an envy of the world. Therefore, we view the hosting of this Intra-African Trade Fair as a step in the right direction for people across the continent to claim ownership and benefit from its wealth. It is going to encourage us to rethink our socio-economic positions and remove all artificial boundaries and barriers to trade, many of which were imposed by colonialism. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clear indication that as the current generation of African leaders, we are heeding Thomas Sankara's call to mobilize our people so they can take charge of their destiny and their development. Let us continue to work together to build a united, peaceful, and economically thriving continent. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You are all welcome.
Thank you very, very much indeed for those words, and thank you for coming forward to be the host city of the biggest trade fair event on the continent, not just this year. I think when we think back to what happened in Cairo 3 years ago, this promises much, much more, so much more potential. And thank you for the promise that you're going to deliver a premium event that's safe for our visitors, exhibitors, and just creating an atmosphere for great things to happen. So thank you very much indeed, host, Mayor, eThekwini Municipality Councillor Polisi Kaunda. Thank you. We're all in the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, and again, host province of this year's fair. And to say a few words on this significant day as we sign this hosting agreement, it's my great pleasure to welcome the Premier of the province. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sihle Zikalala.
Thank you. I take this opportunity to greet all of you this afternoon. The difficulty of speaking in a program afternoon is a problem that you speak to people after they've had food. And therefore, most of them will fall asleep because sebedlile ukudla kubuye kusindasinde bakwethu. But that's on a lighter note as I welcome all of you and greet all of you. Program Director, Mr. Peter Ndoro, thanks for leading this program so well. His Excellency, President Obasanjo, former President of Nigeria, the Chairperson of the IATF Advisory Council, my dear brother, Professor Orama, President and Chairperson of the Africa Export and Import Bank, Your Excellency Machunga, Ambassador Machunga, from the African Union, our ambassador to Egypt, Your Excellency Ambassador Mashimbe, after Secretariat represented by Ms. Grace Koza, MEC Pillay from Economic Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs, together with all MECs who are here, Director General of the province, Dr. Mkize, His Worship the Mayor, Mayor Kaunda. Well, we used to have a problem that Mayor used to be the MEC. Now they would say MEC Mayor. Now today we got to speak about Africa. And I then hear someone saying, Mayor President Kaunda. Thanks for your commitment and affirming our readiness to host this trade fair. There is a saying that, well, it is one of the timeless idiom of Africa. It says, as I quote, if you want to go fast, walk alone. But if you want to go far, walk with others, close quote. This saying resonates with the resilience of the African people, but with that philosophical understanding of Ubuntu, that umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, and that the next person exists because of another person. And therefore, if we go together, we prosper and gain more success as a collective. Fellow compatriots, on this day, the 16th of September, we join the Inter-Parliamentary Union and parliaments around the world to commemorate and celebrate the International Day of Democracy as declared by the UN General Assembly in 2007. The International Democracy Day was first declared and celebrated on the 16th of September 1997 in Africa, in Cairo, Egypt. It is historic that this very important event takes place here in KwaZulu-Natal, but on the same day that Africa and the world mark the beginning of commemorating and deepening democracy. We welcome you to KwaZulu-Natal. We are very grateful that you have taken a decision to host this very important trade fair in our shoes. We'd like to pay tribute to the tireless work of President Obasanjo in leading the Advisory Council of the Trade Fair and for advising and guiding us in KwaZulu-Natal on how to position ourselves so that we host this event successfully. Your Excellency and your team, we can never thank you enough for your unwavering vote of confidence, especially at a time where KwaZulu-Natal is focused on rebuilding economy and taking advantage of the growth opportunities that are presented by the African Continental Free Trade Zone. KwaZulu-Natal is an important trade route for South Africa and for the SADC as a whole, especially because some of our countries in SADC are landlocked. And therefore, as a coastal province, we have to service South Africa and the SADC region as a whole. We therefore thank and congratulate the African Union in collaboration with Afreximbank for putting together this biannual Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021. Our province already boasts a solid relationship with Afreximbank, having signed an MOU to work together with the bank in May this year. The Intra-Africa Trade Fair takes place at a historical venue where on the 9th of July 2002, the Organization of African Union completed its evolution and became the African Union, moving from being the OAU into being an AU. It is on these shows, in this majestic venue, the Chief Inkosi Albert Luthuli, ICC, where the AU was born. This venue itself is named after the late ANC President Inkosi Albert Luthuli, who 60 years ago became the first African to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his work and the struggle for liberation. Today, with the launch of this 2021 trade fair, we are again witnessing Africa's rebirth and Africa's renaissance, especially post or following the emergence of COVID-19. We indeed welcome the opportunity, not only because we will be hosting the event, but its magnitude talks to exhibitors coming to exhibit, but exhibitors must firstly produce. And therefore, it talks to production in Africa. And we must encourage manufacturing, industrialization in Africa. Then by hosting this event, Africa must begin to produce to feed herself. Africa must produce to feed her child and ensure prosperity. We take this opportunity to express our full support for Afreximbank's African Sub-Sovereign Government Conference that will take place under the very same or during the very same period of the trade fair. This will take place under the theme supporting the establishment of an African sub-sovereign government network to promote trade and investment among African sub-sovereigns, close quote. This move will see us focusing on trade and investment by setting up government networks at all levels of the provinces and states. This engagement will help us also to ensure that while on the sidelines of the trade fair, companies collaborate and begin to establish business-to-business relationship for the future. We are very optimistic with the announcement that Durban will host this event. This is a significant marker of the break that we are making with our recent past. A few days ago, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his address to the nation, convey this spirit of optimism that we must break with the past and look to the future and be enthusiastic in building the future. The President said, and I quote, "South Africa is fast becoming a vaccination site. Over a quarter of its population, in the main the adult South Africans, have received at least one vaccine dose, and more than 7 million people are fully vaccinated," close quote. The glimmer of hope in the President's address is an illustration of a war currently being waged by the entire world to defeat COVID-19. And therefore, hosting this event marks the beginning. It marks the beginning that the world population is defeating COVID-19. But it also indicates Africa is ready to take its gigantic leap post-COVID-19 into industrialization. For us, this also will ignite the economy as it will contribute to sustaining jobs as a number of hospitality facilities have been closed for a long period. It will also give hope and a boost to the province as it will also contribute directly to the economy of the city and the province. It will be a memorable, enriching African experience whose legacy will be an Africa that is better than the one we know today. We thank you, Your Excellency, His Excellency Chief Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We also thank the President of African Bank, together with the whole delegation from African Bank as well as the African Development Bank, the AFTA Secretariat, as well as the AU. We look forward to working with you to make KwaZulu-Natal shine, but to ensure that we contribute our modest effort to the development of Africa toward Africa 2063 agenda. I thank you.
Premier, thank you very, very much indeed for again being the host province for this most significant trade fair that's going to be happening 15 to 21 November. Please make sure that that's in your diary. And as he says, it's a province in many ways is a gateway to trade because of its sea and land borders to the rest of the continent and the world, actually. So a great place to have an event such as this, well positioned. And as you said, it's a way to encourage us to find ways and means to ensure prosperity for our people. And we look forward to this enriching experience, this trade event at the end of the year. Thank you so much indeed, Premier, for joining us and your words there. All right, it's my great pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the South Africa's ambassador to Egypt, Ambassador Joseph Ntsikewane Mashimbe. Your Excellency. Out of clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Your Excellency, President Obasanjo, Premier Zikalala, President Orama, colleague Ambassador. I had the opportunity to have a conversation with those who attended the roadshow in Johannesburg, which in my view was a resounding success. What I said in that meeting was that this thing that we are doing in November is about our mission as a generation. Every generation has its mission. the people that President Orama referred to and the ambassador, our forebears, had a mission. Their mission has been fulfilled, it has been accomplished. Their mission was to ensure an end to colonialism and racial tyranny. Frantz Fanon, the famous African philosopher and poet, did say that every generation has to define its mission, honor it, or betray it. What is our mission? Our mission is well captured in Agenda 2063. It is to transform the lives of Africans. Everyone has to locate themselves, whether they are in the private sector or public sector, within that mission. What it is that you do in your daily lives to realize the mission of Agenda 2063. In order to emulate the work that has been achieved so far, which is the trade agreement, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, as a representative of the Republic in Egypt, there are many things that I have to do, but I have decided to focus just on one of them, and that is building the Cape to Cairo road. You can't have an African Continental Trade Agreement without a road. It's an old conversation. We have spoken about this road for many decades. I have located my contribution to my generation's mission in ensuring that that road happens. A lot of initiatives have already been taken on the Southern African side and the Egyptian side. But I think Egypt and South Africa have to play a championing role, because there is no project that succeeds without a champion. And as the media, in your corners, in the private and public sector, please go and popularize the agency of the implementation of building this road. South Africa has to do the things that we have been doing in the past 25 years. When the guns had to be silenced in Africa, South Africa was always in the in front. When we had to do the NEPAD, South Africa was in front. When we had to do the peer review mechanism amongst African nations, South Africa was in front. South Africa, Egypt, they have to be leading from the front in making sure that this historic thing is done. I think the biggest thing that Africa has done since decolonization is the African Continental Free Trade Area. I am also very satisfied that the mission of my generation will be done because we have amazing activists and highly skilled cadres that will shoulder this mission. People like President Orama. We are very blessed to have people like yourself leading a Pan-African institution to implement a Pan-African mission. Congratulations and thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very, very much indeed. And thank you for pointing us to the idea that we all have a mission, and this generation has a particular one in transforming the lives of the people of this continent. And we certainly look forward to helping you building that road from Cape to Cairo as you take the lead alongside Egypt with that project. So we look forward to that. To be able to get in the car and drive all the way to Cairo. What a fantastic thing that could be. And to see this amazing continent along the way. So we wish you the best, and if we can help you, certainly please call upon us. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think in all of the introductions today and the speeches, there's one name that keeps coming up. And this is a man who really has been one of the foremost proponents of Pan-Africanism on the continent. And even after his work as the President of Nigeria, he's seen and continues to be seen as a pacifying voice in many of our country's challenged areas. He is a champion of the continent and also a champion of this great event, the IATF2021. He's the current president of the Advisory Council, and it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Chief Olusegun Obasanjo.
Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you. You know, as the last speaker said, every generation has to define its destiny, its role, its responsibility, and what it will determine or leave behind as its legacy. Let me say one thing that we in Nigeria will leave behind is this thing that we call all protocol observed, which is to get over going through a long protocol. But having said that, I will, of course, acknowledge the Premier, since he is the greatest host receiving us here this afternoon. And I thank you most sincerely. I will also want to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa, my brother and my friend, President Cyril Ramaphosa, for accepting to allow KwaZulu-Natal to host this year's Intra-Africa Trade Fair here in Durban. I was saying to somebody not too long ago that when we look at Africa from the 60s, when we had spate of independence, a number of, to me, major significant things have happened. After the spate of independence, we established OAU. It was a very significant event. And OAU set out to liquidate colonialism and apartheid. And it doesn't matter what we may say about our forefathers who gave us independence. They achieved independence And they gave us decolonization and fought apartheid to a standstill. We must admit they did that. And that was significant. OAU achieved that. Then, at the turn of the century, we decided to reinvent OAU, and we had AU. Another significant event in the life of the continent of Africa. And we had a new constitutive act to establish a new organization or to remodel the old organization. And that was another significant event. But closely related to that is the establishment of NEPAD, a very important, significant event, whereby for the first time we had an African program, an African political program, particularly an African economic program, an African social program, and we could, depending on how and how you want to take it, make your choice. That was good. And with the celebration of OAU, cum AU, we had Agenda 2063, another significant event. The most recent one is Africa Free Trade Zone Agreement, Free Trade Area Agreement. It is, to me, one of the defining features of Africa for a long time to come. And then we have realized that, yes, it's good in all, it's right, what we have done is good, to have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. But having an agreement is one thing, implementing the agreement is another. And here, I want to commend the effort of African Bank and all the other organizations, the AU, African Union Commission, and other partners who have joined to see or to establish and move forward the Intra-African Trade Fair, which you have now agreed to host, the second one. We all know that intra-Africa trade is very low at, I think, last week or so, somebody said 18%, somebody said 15%. Well, whatever it is, it's not up to 20%. And that is extremely, extremely low. But what can we do about it? And I believe we can do a lot about it. This means that we are trading 85% with outsiders rather than with our neighbors, among ourselves, and to encourage ourselves to produce more and sell more and interact more. There are many reasons. My brother who spoke before me just said one of them. You cannot trade when you have no infrastructure to travel from A to B. But more importantly, we need to know what we have. We need to know to be able to raise awareness among ourselves. I was intrigued by the analysis that was done by Afrexim Bank, which shows that the main reason why intra-African trade is low is lack of access to trade and market information. Lack of access to trade and market information. And now what do we need in these days of internet, in this day of information? Traders and businesses lack knowledge about what each African country is producing, what each country needs, and the trade and investment opportunities that exist in each country. Accordingly, the trade fair is one of the practical ways of bringing the trade and market information, bridging the trade and market information gap. That's one of the reasons for the trade fair. There are other reasons, of course. We are here today to sign the IATF2021 hosting agreement to demonstrate and reaffirm that the second edition of IATF will be happening here in this beautiful city of Durban in November 2021, 2 months away. We urge the business community to take advantage of IATF 2021 and use it to explore business opportunities. Africa needs the IATF more than ever to jumpstart our economies and help us to build forward better and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Here again, I want to commend Afrexim for what it has done in the area of providing vaccine for COVID-19 for Africa. Therefore, for IATF 2021, we aim to attract more than 1,100 exhibitors. We aim to attract more than 10,000 visitors and buyers from Africa and the rest of the world. We aim to attract participants from over 55 countries from within Africa and beyond. And we aim to facilitate more than $40 billion in trade and investment deals. We firmly believe that building on the success of the 2018 inaugural IATF, together we can exceed these targets. My dear brothers and sisters, as I conclude, I would like to reiterate that as IATF 2021 Advisory Council, We stand firm in our commitment to support the holding of the second edition of Intra-African Trade Fair here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, and it will be another great success story. I invite Africa and the world to IATF 2021, holding in November 2021, as we build bridges for a successful Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. I thank you for listening.
A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. And thank you so much as an advisory council for recognizing Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, as the venue for this year's trade fair. We thank you so much for taking us down memory lane and reminding us of the significant milestones that we've gone through, from the formation of the OAU, its incarnation to the AU, NEPAD, the African Continental Free Trade Area, as a significant moment, particularly in growing our continent and moving our continent forward. But I think you said one very important thing, and that was for us to know ourselves, to know what we produce, what we're capable of, so that we can stop giving away 80% of our trade to places beyond our continent, that we have tremendous opportunity if we just know ourselves. And thank you so much indeed for blessing this occasion and setting us up for what promises to be a significant event on the 15th to the 21st of November. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the main reason why we've gathered here today, this afternoon, and that's the actual signing of the IATF 2021 hosting agreement. And we're very privileged to have three people that I'm going to call up now to join us at this desk to do the signing. So please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, African Union Commissioner, His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, and the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama.
Where do I start?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is a significant moment. Again, it's the second trade fair, and we hope that it's going to continue with the traditions of the first one that was in Cairo, and that will see at least $40 billion worth of deals signed, and these three people are basically cementing Durban as the host city for this great event. KwaZulu-Natal, the province that will be welcoming the rest of the world, the rest of the continent to Africa, and showing what we're about and what we are able to do, and help us along that journey of the Agenda 2063. So it's more than just pen to paper. This is just another one of those significant steps and milestones in the continent's history, in knowing ourselves a little bit more and setting us up for rebuilding this continent, particularly after the disruption of COVID-19, that we're able to have such a big event taking place on our shores and welcoming people from far and wide is going to be great. Not just for KwaZulu-Natal, not just for eThekwini, Durban, but also South Africa and the continent at large. So these three gentlemen are signing not just, as I said, for the trade fair but significantly for the continent as well. And we want to thank you so much indeed for your signatures and recognizing Durban as the host city for the Intra-African Trade Fair 2021. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right, just before we carry on, I'd just like to ask Professor Benedict Orama, who's got a small token of appreciation to give to the host premier of the African Continental Free Trade, the Inter-Africa Trade Fair 2021. So here's a small thank you to you, Premier. Thank you very, very much indeed. They said you're in the way. Is it something he has to declare? I don't know, I can't see for it. All right, and I'm going to ask you to take your seats as we welcome also once more the former President of Nigeria, President Chief Obasanjo, if you could join us on stage, and also a representative from the African Continental Free Trade Area. Elizabeth. If you could join us on the stage here, please come forward. Let's welcome them.
Is he coming back?
Thank you. And President OBJ. Oh, has he gone? Okay. All right. Our thanks to him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just before we start the important part of the question and answer session with our esteemed guests here, just to remind you, if you haven't registered to attend the IATF 2021, there's a dedicated website. It provides you with a host of additional information about the trade fair, the conference, and the virtual trade fair, and much, much more. So please, please go to that. Also, straight after this, there's going to be an opportunity for you to take more pictures, a photo session. But importantly, if I could invite you all to join us in halls 5 and 6 downstairs, because that's where the Roadshow Business Forum is going to be taking place soon after this. And all of this under the theme promoting South Africa trade and investment under the African Continental Free Trade Area. So please make sure that you're a part of that taking place, halls 5 and 6 downstairs. Please log on to the website, register, spread the word, and as you've heard, you've got to be an ambassador to make sure that this thing is the biggest event that's known and talked about across the world. Okay, if I could ask Deputy Chair Ekrash to join us on stage as well. Please put your hands together. Thank you very, very much indeed. And to take us through this next part, it's my great pleasure to welcome the General Manager for Provincial Communications. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Lennox Mabasa.
Yeah? Yes.
Thank you very much, Peter. Greetings to Your Excellencies, Ministers, Honorable Premier, MECs, DG and HODs, and all colleagues. We are just complying now with one important African ritual, which is to afford members of the media an opportunity to pose any questions of clarity. I think all was clearly explained during the speeches by Your Excellencies. Can I get an indication of a hand if anybody has got a question? The two gentlemen, so you introduce yourself and media house. Can I take another hand this side, if there's any? I think we only have two hands. In that order, please. Starting with you, Nkoskona.
Okay. I'm Nkoskona Duma from Newsroom Africa. My question is, I think it was mentioned here that there was NEPAD and that's the Organization of African Unity was formed in 1963. But I was just looking at data from the World Economic Forum, and it says that Africa currently contributes about 2% of global trade, and that 17% of Africa currently has about 17% of intra-continental trade. Despite the existence of these organizations, it appears that African countries have failed to ensure that they cooperate with each other. So what difference will this new initiative bring, given past failures? And I guess my second question is, when it comes to logistically, this is an ambitious conference by the government of KwaZulu-Natal. We still have the scourge of COVID-19, so I'm just wondering what plans are made to ensure that there is, compliance with COVID-19 regulations. Just a final question from me. We saw the collapse of the Pan-African Parliament over the debates, the famous quotes of no rotation, no election. How do you deal with the issue of regionalism still engulfing Africa? Because clearly that is still something, and perhaps it is affecting why Africans are not really trusting each other to collaborate or even do procurement like COVID-19 vaccinations. We had to go and buy our own vaccine in South Africa.
Okay. All right, thank you. Can we get the next question?
Good day, I'm Mawande from ENCA. My question is, seeing as Africa has the youngest population and also lower SMME success rates compared to European and Asian countries, how will the trade fair make...
We can't take all of the questions.
How will the trade fair make youth a focus and not an afterthought? And of the trade investments and deals that are expected to sign, what percentage of those is expected to involve the youth? And also, of the delegations that are here, where are the young people?
Thank you. We will request the leadership of the IATF to respond, as well as the leadership of the host province, city, and country. The two questions. Don't know if Prima you would like to start. Thank you.
No, thanks. I think the first questions. Let me start with the question that you have raised. This move as an ambitious intention, which is good. It is to reaffirm and restore KwaZulu-Natal and eThekwini, Durban as a global destination. It is within the context of the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Program, which is led by MEC Ravi Pillay. So you will know hosting of conferences falls within that. And that program is already unfolding. It has more than 14 sectors of the economic, it has 14 sectors of the economy that we need to explore and exploit for exports. So this is one of them. We will follow all protocols and regulations of COVID-19. Earlier today, we had an engagement with President Orama
he was emphasizing and briefing us that delegates who are registering are also encouraged to vaccinate, because we have to ensure that we work within the protocols as they are. And even within the conference itself, we will still follow protocols as we are in level 2. Having said that, your question, what will be different? And I think His Excellency President Obasanjo answered that question. A generation of leaders who led us in the 60s defined their mission as the liberation from colonialism and apartheid. The current generation needs to take the struggle to address the immediate and primary challenge, which is the lack of economic growth, hence production level is low, and the intra-trade relations are not good. So, with us, we have a bank led by President Orama that is meant to support export and import within the African countries. So that is one different aspect. You've got an institution, a Pan-African institution designated to deal with the issue of building the capacity of the African entrepreneur to trade among themselves. But with us now is the new Africa Free Trade Area, which is an agreement that President Obasanjo emphasized that we must implement. It now must be easy to produce and trade in Africa, then export to any part of the world. So the fact that this agreement came into effect at the beginning of this year, it's one of those developments that are different than what have been happening years ago. Let me conclude. The youth is participating. There is even a dedicated session for the youth, which is youth startup programs, encouraging young people to venture into economic growth by participating as producers, as part of industrialists. And you yourself will know how much we have emphasized the issue of industrialization. And in the program itself, I believe there is also an aspect dealing with industrial parks and special economic zones as experiences, sharing experiences, and how to grow the industrial development in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Can we get the reflections from Your Excellencies?
Can I come in?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Where's the mic? Oh, I forgot I had this mic. Let me address the number 1 and number 3 and the number 4. I don't believe Africa has failed. Failure means giving up. You surrender. Africa has not surrendered our effort to develop herself. Right now, we're celebrating the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is Africa's biggest development program. It's going to open up possibilities for the growth of intra-African trade, which is projected to double. It's going to open up possibilities for industrialization and export diversification. So instead of seeing failure, what we see is Africa are tremendous opportunities. And the enthusiasm, the political enthusiasm, is guided by a number of factors. The agreement established the African Continental Free Trade Area was negotiated in record time. The guidelines negotiated were rolled out in Johannesburg in 2015. with the deadline that the negotiations must conclude by 2017. And by December 2017, we finalized the negotiations. And we opened the agreement for signature in Kigali on 21st March 2018. One of my colleagues is from the legal counsel here. They will tell you that in the African Union system, it takes an average of 5 years for African Union illegal instruments to be ratified. The agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area was done in a period of 1 year, 1 month, 1 week, and 1 day, which was a tremendous achievement. And that reflected the resolve of the leaders to turn a new leaf in development. And immediately we set up the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. My sister is from there. And they are determined to start the process of implementing it. There's no failure, there are only opportunities. The 2% of share of global trade, that's a historical fact. When most of our countries got independent, it was around 6%. It has gone down. And the reason is very, very simple. We have not transformed our productive capacities. We have relied on exporting and producing raw materials with limited value addition. With the African Continental Free Trade Area now, we are going to add value to our products through industrialization and export diversification. Right now, as we are talking, the African Association of Automobile Manufacturers have commissioned a value chain mapping exercise specifically for the automobile industry. Because when you look at a motor vehicle moving there, it has about 10,000 components. You want to see the possibilities of sourcing those components from various parts of Africa. And at a larger scale, we are commissioning a regional and continental value chain mapping exercise so that through it, we promote specialization among African countries. An African country can decide whether to be an exporter of finished product or intermediate goods. All those have opportunities. And at the level of the African continent, the African Union, we are responsible for external trade. We have decided that we must put an end to this situation where Africa's share of global trade is going down. I have requested my colleagues to come up with a concept paper on positioning Africa to increase her share of global trade. And I've requested them that when it is finalized, we approach all the Pan-African financial institutions so that when the results come out, their boards of directors will be able to know the results. And when market players go to ask for money from these financial institutions, they will know the background. So work is underway to position Africa a share of, increase her share of global trade. The 18% share of intra-African trade is a published statistics. But in July this year, the Brookings Institution, a research think tank in the United States of America, came up with a study showing that in most cases, intra-African trade is underestimated by 18 to 35%. And to overcome this, we've established the African Trade Observatory, which is going to generate information, trade statistics, to rectify this situation. So we have not failed. We are seizing the opportunities. When it comes to hosting the Intra-African Trade Fair is a competitive process. Countries and regions bid, and based on what they are offering and the standards that we like the Intra-African Trade Fair to be. Like I indicated in my speech, I wanted to build a brand out of it. And those of you who are entrepreneurs know that when you have built a brand and you have successfully marketed it, you generate more revenue. And we want the Intra-African Trade Fair to be a mechanism where we're going to increase earnings. So we have the standards that should be met. And if each country meets those standards, they will be able to host. It's not going to be a political process. It's going to be a commercial process based on assigned benchmarks. The youth, I can only emphasize, they're going to drive the process. We've got the African Startup Program, Youth Startup Program. Right now, as we are talking, there are 4,900 young Africans from Africa and the diaspora who have lodged in electronically applications for space for 150 startup operators, which means that there's greater enthusiasm. And those who are able to exhibit, they'll be networked with venture capital firms so that they are able to get opportunities to get additional financing for their operations. And there will also be programs of mentoring so that they grow their businesses. There may be no youth here, but I'm sure you're youth. But we have not forgotten them. They are part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me just add a few. I think the Premier and Commissioner Muchanga have said it all. But I wanted to add a philosophical slant to this, because the person who posed the first question, you're a journalist, and you need to have that philosophical slant, especially coming from South Africa. The situation with Africa finds itself today, so aptly described by Ambassador Muchanga, did not happen by chance. It is important that you know it. The fact that we have 55 countries, atomistic, fragmented, that do not deal with themselves, but only with Europe or America, did not happen by chance. It's the product of colonialism. And it was a deliberate strategy, and if you want to see it, the strategy written, I'll show it to you. The strategy, the objective, or the instrument for achieving the goal was make sure these countries are divided, make sure they don't talk to themselves, they don't relate with themselves, so that they can only produce raw materials for our industries and we export manufactured goods to them. That was the whole concept. So it has taken Africa 60 years to where we are today. From 1960s, our leaders fought for political independence, liberation, as Premier mentioned, the war of liberation. But when they fought that war of liberation, they knew that it wasn't over. There has to be a struggle for economic liberation. It is that economic struggle that we are into now. And I don't think we have failed. If you know the history, we haven't failed. Because 15, 20 years ago, the AFCFTA would not have happened. Some powers will make sure it never happened. Nobody will sign. So you must really praise our leaders for being courageous to sign. That is a huge win. It's not failure. It's actually success. That we are doing the Intra-African Trade Fair is a huge win It wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. There used to be an all Africa trade fair. It happened for him and it failed. Nobody to support it. But today we have something, we have a Afrexim Bank to support this. You have the KwaZulu-Natal province to say I will host it. Before you wouldn't have had this. Because somebody will pick up a phone and call somebody. Don't do it. Because they know that when you have this, you begin to change what they have already structured. That is making us export jobs to them. Instead of employing our people to produce this, we buy it from them, whereas we have water and we have everything here. That is all the things they've done. And so the AFCFTA was a huge success. And if you look at intra-African trade, okay, the ratios may have not moved so much. I'll give you some statistics. In 1995, intra-African trade was about $25 billion total. Intra-African trade, $25 billion. Today, depending on prices of commodities, you're talking between 150 and 170 billion dollars. In real terms, even it will be somewhere above $100 billion. The share of intra-African trade in Africa's total trade, as recently as 2000 and 2010 and so on, was just 10%. Today it hovers from 15 to 18%, depending on the year. That is progress, and it started making this change very rapidly in the past few years. So you say, oh, the trade fair is another failure. It cannot be another failure. It's actually an instrument towards success. Because what we are trying to use this to do is to reverse engineer that divide and rule that has been imposed on us by our colonial masters, so-called. So what this thing is doing is to bring our people so that somebody in Ghana knows that Cote d'Ivoire produces shoes instead of going to China or going to Britain or France or Italy to buy the shoes. That's what the trade fair is going to do. The moment the person in Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana knows that there are certain things they can buy, it begins to change things. I'll give you an example. Ethiopia today imports certain kinds of leather at much higher cost than Burundi, just around the corner, exports the same type of leather at a much lower cost. Because that Burundi was producing it. Burundi will export it to somewhere else, whereas Ethiopia will import the same thing from elsewhere, outside Africa. So that is the story I think you as journalists have to carry. Not to tell the story that non-Africans will be telling about us. No. You have to give the story that that shows that you understand the history of Africa. Because it's by doing so that we can begin to change the situation. All of us. It's not reserved for anybody. It's all of us that have to change it. Because it's all of us that are suffering from that historical situation that brought us to where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we adjourn the media briefing, and we welcome back Mr. Peter Ndoro. We'll request Your Excellencies to come up the stage for a quick photo opportunity. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to our speakers and our signatories today who joined us. Thank you very, very much indeed. And as they leave, just a reminder that the Business Forum is taking place downstairs, halls 5 and 6. So grab your cameras, get yourselves down there, and we'll carry on with the rest of the business. But in the meantime, photo opportunity for those who want to take last pictures.
Hope you're not taking away our movement.
Yes, the roadshow will be taking place downstairs in the main hall. Okay, Odi. Ladies and gentlemen, the road show is beginning right now downstairs in the main hall. So please proceed downstairs to the main hall for the road show, the Durban Road Show. Thank you very much.
here too.
A signal. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you could take your seats. Thank you so much indeed for your patience. We were running quite long upstairs, so the transition has been a little bit of a challenge, but thank you so much indeed for your patience. If you could find your seats, and let's get going. Right, so my name is Peter Ndoro, and I'm going to be your moderator. We used to use the word Master of Ceremonies, and I got a bit nervous using that phrase because I found out that in Zambia, a Master of Ceremonies is somebody who helps with circumcisions. So we started using the word Program Director and so on and so forth. So thank you so much indeed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It really is a great pleasure to welcome you to this round of the roadshows that have been taking place. Johannesburg happened just this past week, but it's great to be here in Durban because this is where the Intra-Africa Trade Fair is going to be taking place, 15 to 21 November. So very, very happy and excited to be here. Now, this roadshow is really all about bringing multi-stakeholder platform together to engage, to exchange on trade matters, which include but not limited to government, captains of industry, private sector, and a number of people that you're going to be meeting, particularly on the stage in a short while, just to talk through some of the issues and why we're a bit excited about the biggest event of the year taking place here in Durban in November. And hopefully it's going to kickstart amazing things post-COVID. We've been disrupted in a way that we could never have predicted. But it's events such as this trade fair, I think, that give us hope that something exciting is on the horizon. And we'll be discussing that with a panel a little bit later on. We also have a few speakers that will be sharing a few remarks with us to, I guess, set us up for our conversation and get us all ready for this big event. There was a signing ceremony that just took place upstairs, designating Durban as the host city. And so this trade fair is coming to KwaZulu-Natal, and we're very, very excited. We're looking at something in the order of about $40 billion worth of deals, hopefully, that will be signed in the days of that event. It'll be partly virtual, partly real-time, so there'll be a few thousand people that will physically walk around. Of course, it's all going to be safe and done, COVID rules, etc. but thank goodness for the vaccinations that we're able to get as many people here as possible. All right, just before we start, a couple of housekeeping things. Please just make sure your mobile is turned to silent. You know how these things work. All of a sudden, your daughter or your son has put you on a funny ringtone, and it will embarrass you, and it will ring louder than normal. So put it on silent, but more as a courtesy to our speakers. Please keep your face masks on. We will only allow the speakers when they're speaking to take them off, but by and large, everybody else, if you can keep your face masks on, that will be really greatly appreciated. It is that time of our history that we're going through. Following the panel session, we're going to be inviting questions from you, the audience, and I'd ask you please to raise your hand. People will come round with the microphone, put it in your hand, and then when we do that, please, if I could ask you to say your name and job title and perhaps which organization you are with, just so that we know who to chase down later in case you say something. No, I'm joking. But just so that we know who we're talking about, who you represent, and just know who we are. And also, if any journalists who've arranged interviews with our VIPs or would like to, please, there are a few slots, I'm told, that are still available, so please make yourselves known to an event representative at the welcome desk, and they'll be able to confirm a slot for you in terms of getting those interviews with the VIPs, that many of which you'll see on the desk just now, on the stage just now. Also, if you want to meet with Afrexim Bank, there's an opportunity for you to book a meeting with them, with a representative. And again, you can make that booking at the registration desk, and you'll be able to secure a meeting there. And they can help facilitate many, many things. So, this is the reason why they're making sure this trade fair actually happens. So if you want to meet with the team at Afrexim Bank, registration desk, they'll be available too. Also, we want the whole world to know about what we're doing here. So if you're on social media, on the platforms, please just add the following hashtags. Hashtag IATF2021 or hashtag IATF in SA21. Hashtag IATF2021, hashtag IATF in SA21. Okay, so if you post anything on social media, please use those hashtags so that people get a sense of what's happening in here, but also what we're looking forward to in terms of 15 to 21 November. And hopefully the whole world's going to descend either virtually but in person as well here in this beautiful city of Durban. Okay, so just to give you an idea, a preview of what to look forward to and what the trade fair is going to be about, we prepared a short little video for you just to give you a snippet, a prelude of the trade fair. Let's take a look at that now.
Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the second Intra-African Trade Fair, IATF2021, to be hosted by the Government of the Republic of South Africa in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, from the 15th to the 21st of November 2021. IATF 2021 is expected to attract over 1,100 exhibitors and 5,000 conference participants from more than 55 countries, and to generate up to $40 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2021 will consist of an exhibition, a trade and investment forum, comprising of the IATF 2021 conference featuring leading African and international speakers, and a variety of sessions on, among others, African trade and investment, opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, and training workshops covering exporting, standards and marketing. A virtual trade fair providing buyers, sellers, exhibitors and countries an interactive online platform where they can showcase their goods, services and investment opportunities. African heads of state, ministers responsible for trade, industry and finance, central bank governors and captains of industry will be participating from the 15th to the 21st of November 2021. IATF 2021 is brought to you by Afrexim Bank in collaboration with the African Union and AFCFTA Secretariat and hosted by the Government of the Republic of South Africa in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal with the support of our official event partners. Intra-African Trade Fair, Transforming Africa. To register and get more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Okay, so there you have it. I think you've got a clue as to what's going to be playing out 15 to 21 November. I'm going to keep on saying that date because you are our ambassadors as well to spread the gospel, to make sure that this fulfills the potential that it has to be a massive game changer as we go through to this post-COVID era. Okay, so it's all happening in KwaZulu-Natal, and it's a province that's uniquely positioned in many ways to be a gateway of trade coming in and spreading across the continent, and to set the scene for us in terms of just how open for business KwaZulu-Natal is. It's my great pleasure to welcome the Premier of the province. Please put your hands together for Premier Sihle Zikalala. All right, okay, MEC Pillay, I think you're going to stand in and be the Premier for about 5 minutes. So Premier, MEC Pillay.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that promotion for 5 minutes. And I will try to do the best I can. And Peter, thank you for being here and adding such grace and dignity to the function for the whole day. Let me recognize those representatives of Afrexim Bank who are still here. I'm not sure who is here, but the entire leadership has been here from this morning. Representatives of the African Union and our mayor who's sitting right at the front here, Mayor Kaunda, who's also been here from this morning. I saw the CEO of the Durban Chamber, a very important organization and structure for the purposes of what we are here today, and all the delegates who took the trouble to be here this afternoon. Good afternoon or good evening, and thank you for being here. My task is very brief. On behalf of the Premier, firstly, to welcome you and thank you for attending, and to really say to you and make you believe that the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, which is scheduled for the 15th to the 21st of November, is going to be a very key milestone for us in KwaZulu-Natal and indeed in South Africa. To take a step back and understand where this comes from. The continent, and in the earlier briefing we had former President of Nigeria, tracking the history of our continent, from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union and the work of the African Union and the challenges that each leadership corps faced at a particular point in history. And the point was made that liberation was won and decolonization had begun, and now the challenges are different, and the mission of this generation is what we have to confront. And that mission is really economic empowerment, economic transformation. Those who say that Africa is the last frontier for economic development are correct because of the work that we need to do. But as Africans, we are determined that we shall be in control of our own destiny as we embark upon that journey. An important statistic in that analysis is that of our intra-trade as a continent, we are responsible for just 16% of that intra-trade, compared to other parts of the world, whether it's Europe or the Americas or even the East, that intra-trade ranges between 60 to 80%. And in simple language, that keeps the wealth, the money flow within those areas and builds wealth within those areas. If 16% only we are responsible for intra-trade, simple mathematics, 84% is going out of the continent on each time. And that's what we're trying to reverse. So a key milestone was the signing of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. It's not my task to set out the technicalities of that, but the thrust of it is that it will make it easier to trade between our countries. There will be incentives to trade between our countries, and that relates to the tariff and duties framework and border controls and all the regulations that relate to it. But it's accepted that that's going to really boost our intra-African trade. So, as part of the effort to promote this, Afreximbank took the initiative to launch the Intra-African Trade. It's the major sponsor in partnership with the African Union. This will not be the first one. The first one took place a couple of years ago in Cairo. This will be the second one. And what's different this time is that the ACFTA is now been signed off by over 50 countries. And that gives it a new impetus, and that's what makes it very, very different this time. Of course, for KwaZulu-Natal, and I think the Afreximbank people won't mind if I say that we had bid for host this fair in 2023. This year, the fair was supposed to have been in Rwanda. For various reasons, it was not possible to have it in Rwanda. And it was only in March this year that we were approached, and the Premier in particular was approached by the leadership of Afreximbank and the Advisory Council chaired by President Obasanjo, and said, are you prepared to host it instead? And we grabbed it with both hands, because we had the confidence that we have the facilities, we have the ability, we have the people, we have the experience to host major conferences of this nature. And that's very important because some would argue that there's no better time for us to have it in November, having regard to what we've gone through in the recent past. And it ties in perfectly with our message that KZN is open for business. We've bounced back. We have gone upon an aggressive program to reassure, rebuild, and what we call hashtag KZN Rising. It fits in perfectly with that particular message that we've been giving all over the country, including many, many international players. So that's the context in which it's going to happen. Of course, the program itself is a very, very exciting program that's going to cover almost all sectors of the economy. But I just want to focus on three. One is the automotive sector, because those who understand the economy of our country and the potential in the continent as a whole will know that we here in KZN in Durban have the biggest Toyota manufacturing plant in the continent, I would think. Other parts of the country have other major players. So the automotive sector, with all the innovation that's happening around the automotive sector, is a key sector for examination, for innovation, and for marketing across the province. I think for young people, there's going to be a very specific sector for young people to say, how do young people take their opportunities? And I think it's called the Young Startup Program. And there's a specific program around young people and startups in the trade fair. So that means that young people everywhere would ask themselves, what is the specific economic activity they are engaged in? How do they measure themselves against what's out there? Are they brave enough to want to market it in a platform like this and compare it with what else is available in the market? And we're going to get young people from all over the continent. In fact, there's an exciting program where I think over 3,000, out of over 3,500 applicants, they're going to choose 150 of those with the best ideas or the best economic activities and showcase their work. So there's no reason why young people in KwaZulu-Natal or South Africa, in fact, there's every reason why they should, because it's happening here, that they should participate. And then the third one I want to focus on is the creative industry. Africa has many talents. Mayor was saying that Africa is the richest continent in terms of minerals and natural resources. This one focuses on the creative side of our talents, our music, our films, our art, our dance, our sport. That creative side of it is going to have a major focus at this trade fair, and we would ask all those who are engaged in that particular sector to be excited about it, to find out about it, and see how they can participate, hopefully as an active participant to showcase their work, or just as an ordinary participant who comes to be exposed to the work that this trade fair is going to show the world. I myself have been in Nairobi 2 weeks ago to market the trade fair, and it was absolutely extraordinary as to the response that we got, the interest that we got. Business people from all over Africa want to be part of this. They want to be part of a new wave where African business rises. And in fact, we should extend the KZN Rising to an Africa Rising message, and that's what we want to build. Of course, the trade fair is not just a once-off. It will happen every 2 years in different parts of Africa, and there's a competitive process for countries and provinces or cities to bid for it. But November this year is our turn, and it's up to us as KwaZulu-Natalians to make it the outstanding success that I'm absolutely sure it's going to be. So my final message would be for all sectors of business in KZN to get involved, to be part of this, to seek partnerships with other players from all over Africa, to build those partnerships and make the intra-Africa trade grow from the 16% that it currently is, and let's set ourselves a target that in 10 years' time it should be up to 50%. That's the kind of vision we want to have. With that, Peter, thank you very much for this opportunity. I know you've got a very interesting program with very, very important and interesting speakers, and I wish you well in your deliberations. Thank you for listening.
Premier Pillay, MEC Pillay, you've been demoted again, I'm sorry. MEC Pillay, thank you so much indeed for setting the scene for us about this Inter-Africa Trade Fair and why we're all excited and should be excited, and in particular to be excited about having it here in South Africa, and well done for getting off the mark very quickly to create a chance for us to be able to do this year. So thank you so much indeed, and we will all be here. And I hope there'll be better weather, MEC, in December, November, sorry. But thank you so much indeed for your words and setting us up today. So, you know, you'll hear about partnerships and collaborations, and that's, we hear it all the time, but for this event to happen, it really, really has been one of those coming together of a number of people in common cause to get this thing off the ground. And one of the pillars of this is Afreximbank, and we want to thank them for the work that they're doing. This is a bank that is very much owned by the continent and doing great things across the continent. And one of them is this Intra-African Trade Initiative. And the managing director there joins us now to share a few words this evening. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Kanyao Awani.
Honorable Premier Silezi Kalala, represented by MEC Pillay, Honorable Zolisi Kaunda, Honorable Mayor, Mr. Neville Matjie, CEO of Trade and Investments, KZN, Mr. Sandile Zungu, Black Business Council of South Africa, captains of industries, CEOs, representatives of the South African business community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening to all of you. Sani Bonani Nonke, I hope I got that right. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this high-level roadshow on the Intra-African Trade Fair, holding in this beautiful city of Durban. are hosts for the second edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair that will take place, as you've heard, between the 15th and 21st of November in 2021. This is a city that is renowned for its vibrant culture and warm hospitality. It is a perfect host for Africa's premier trade event, the IATF. The ambition for today's trade fair, today's roadshow, is to provide both the public and private sector, the business community, with critical information on the trade fair, its relevance to Africa's transformation, and the integration ambitions. Indeed, it is quite apt to hold this IATF in South Africa in the same year that trading under the AFCFTA commenced, given that the negotiations for the establishment of the AFCFTA, as was mentioned by Ambassador Muchanga upstairs, were officially launched in South Africa in 2015. The speed with which the agreement was negotiated and subsequently entered into force is nothing short of remarkable, and it does demonstrate a collective will to open a new chapter in Africa's development. I sense that we're all tired about the sorry state of affairs. A chapter that will enable us to deliver a vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its citizens, representing a dynamic force in the global arena to achieve Agenda 2063 of the AU, the Africa we all want. A few days ago, on September 12th, we commemorated the 44th anniversary of the death of a great African, Steve Biko, founder of the Black Consciousness movement in South Africa. He wrote, and I quote, "A people without a positive history is like a vehicle without an engine." Ladies and gentlemen, today, Africa is crafting its positive history. The AFCFTA has created the world's largest free trade area since the creation of the World Trade Organization by a number of participating states. United as a single market, it creates a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of over $3 trillion US. It makes it the fifth largest economy globally in terms of GDP. The AFCFTA, as we've heard severally today, promises to revolutionize trade, reshape markets across our regions, and boost output in the manufacturing and services sectors. It will fundamentally transform Africa's economic structure and reduce our reliance on the export of primary materials or raw materials. It promises to create opportunities for our youth and break down the artificial barriers that have divided us for too long. And in the context of COVID-19, the AFCFTA has probably even taken on more important roles in the framework of African economic recovery. According to the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Secretariat, Mr. Wamkele Mene, he says it all the time that implementing the AFCFTA is the best stimulus for post-COVID-19 economies. And I'll just quote him. We believe in that as well in the bank. Many countries in Africa do not have the monetary policy space nor the fiscal policy space to provide large bailouts in the trillions of dollars for economic recovery. Therefore, for Africa, the stimulus package is the actual implementation of the AFCFTA. Increased intra-African trade is what will drive economic development post-COVID-19. End of quote. Indeed, we're also constantly reminded by our president, Professor Rama, president and chairman of the board of directors of Afreximbank, that the AFCFTA offers us an opportunity to shake off once and for all the shackles that have held us back. You heard him upstairs in that when he provided a philosophical slant to what this is all about. The shackles that have held us back in terms of market fragmentation, lack of economies of scale, reliance on the export of primary commodities, underdeveloped regional value chains, and tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade. The result of that, all of that, is the very low percentage of intra-African trade that has been severally mentioned today. And it also, not just the low level of intra-African trade, but also the continued outsourcing of our development ambitions. Distinguished guests, it is time for Africa to take her destiny into her own hands and determine her own development agenda. However, doing so will not be easy and will require commitment, courage, and deliberate action. Traders need to seek out new opportunities on the continent rather than current, conventional, and perhaps easier routes of turning to markets abroad. Our political leaders need to open up their markets, make it easy, and ensure that the AFCFTA is giving full legal and operational effect. Our financial institutions, they need to be bold and support intra-African trade and investment despite perceived risks. We at Afreximbank are proud to be contributing to this positive history of African integration and development. Afreximbank is in the forefront of supporting the AFCFTA and has developed a number of financing and facilitation instruments to support intra-African trade. Some of the practical solutions we've developed at the bank include the African Trade Gateway, a digital ecosystem to facilitate intra-African trade. We call it the ATG. It includes a Pan-African payments and settlement system, which will facilitate the trade settlement in local currencies, which is vital to reduce the foreign currency cost of trade and even the informality of trade, such that a South African exporter to Zambia will now be able to receive payments in rands, while the Zambian importer will be able to make payments using Zambian kwacha. The ATG also includes a customer due diligence repository named MANSA, a trade information and trade regulations portal, as we've heard about the lack of access to trade and market information. It will also ensure a one-stop, end-to-end digital infrastructure to facilitate trade. The bank is working with African governments to establish an AFCFTA adjustment fund to support an orderly adjustment for countries and the private sector that may experience revenue losses arising from liberalization and enhancing market access under the AFCFTA. So under the fund, governments are able to access funding, to support even things like capacity building, adjustment costs arising from loss of revenues. Private sector is able to even retool, to enhance their competitiveness and even expand, as the case may be. To this end, we have already committed $1 billion and are working with partners to mobilize the estimated $7.7 billion US required for the fund. The bank also developed the African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme to facilitate the movement of goods under a single transit bond to support trade under the AFCFTA. In the context that was given by the South African ambassador to Egypt, he talked about Cape to Cairo, but let's even talk about Durban to Cairo. I know Durban has a big port, one of the biggest, if not the biggest in Africa. You can do Durban to Cairo by road under a single transit bond, rather than having to post customs bonds at each border using the Afreximbank Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme. The bank has already set aside $1 billion for the entire continent, of which $200 million is earmarked for the COMESA region, where the scheme is being piloted currently. Ladies and gentlemen, as the largest intra-African trading nation, accounting for over 25% of total intra-African trade, and among Africa's largest economies, South Africa has a vital leadership role to play in promoting intra-African trade and investments. The beautiful city of Durban, one of the largest and busiest port cities in Africa, and among the most industrialized, stands in a unique position to take advantage of the opportunities of that the AFCFTA presents, and to tap into the fast-growing African consumer market that is expected to reach $2 trillion by 2025. These are really no mean statistics. Immense opportunities exist in the food and beverages, pharmaceuticals, housing, construction, luxury goods, transportation, tourism and recreation sectors, the automotive sector, the creative and cultural industries, as have also been mentioned. But how is a trader in Durban to know that the needs of a consumer in Kigali, Lagos, Dakar, wherever in Africa? How is a clothing manufacturer in Tanzania going to know that fabric supplies exist in very good quality in Burkina Faso? To overcome the dearth of trade and market information, the bank, working with its partners, launched this Intra-African Trade Fair. We launched it in 2018 as a key initiative to support the AFCFTA. The IATF is a platform to be held every 2 years to connect buyers and sellers across Africa and address the trade and market information as a key enabler for intra-African trade. It's one of those hurdles we must cross. The President Orama was upstairs in the press conference, talked about how Ethiopia, even Kenya, would import raw hide from New Zealand, faraway lands that Burundi next door produces, for instance. Because of the lack of information as well, countries also like South Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, imported more than $370 million of leather products in 2018, mainly from Europe, Asia, and South America. While in Africa, there's an abundance of those products in Ethiopia, Sudan, Burundi. Similarly, West African countries import meat products worth more than $3 billion annually from Argentina and Australia. While South Africa, Mali, Namibia, Chad, Sudan, South Sudan can supply the large proportion of this demand. The resoundingly successful inaugural trade fair that we held in Cairo in 2018 was testament to the opportunities that exist. It brought together exactly 1,086 exhibitors from 45 countries and generated over $32 billion in deals, as you've heard. And it provided a glimpse of the potential that exists in intra-African trade. Building on the success of IATF 2018, this second edition is expected to take place here. As you've heard, there'll be more information on that. And we again provide an opportunity for exhibitors to showcase their goods and services, engage in business-to-business exchanges, business-to-government exchanges, conclude business deals, which will ensure that the momentum towards intra-African trade is sustained. With our partners, the African Union, the AFCFTA Secretariat, the host government, the host provincial government, and the governments of South Africa, IATF 2021 promises to even be bigger and better. We aim to attract 1,100 exhibitors at least, over 10,000 participants in the form of delegates, buyers, visitors from over 55 countries, and as you've heard also said several times, $40 billion worth of trade deals. Earlier today, talking about trade deals, we shared the fact that of that $32.4 billion of deals that were closed in 2018, 75% of those deals, we monitored them over a 2-year period, were successfully closed and executed. There's another about 8% that is still in process, with about 15%, I hope that my statistics is right, that didn't go through. But that attests to the success of, we're not just tracking deals, we're not just announcing deals, we're actually tracking them and ensuring execution and that the deals are closed. IATF2021 will consist of a 7-day trade show that provides a platform that will enable you all to share investment and market information. It will feature a trade and investment forum, as you've heard. It will showcase Africa's creative talent, and it will also showcase an auto forum and a youth startup program. We also have a virtual trade fair that runs all the time. It will allow exhibitors to showcase their products and services and engage with potential clients in a digital environment. We therefore now call on the government of South Africa, the provincial authorities, private sector associations to provide support in terms of mobilizing the South African business community, including women-owned businesses and SMEs, to participate and take advantage of what the IATF has to offer. In conclusion, let me just reiterate that as Afreximbank, we stand firm in our commitment to support intra-African trade and investment. And in so doing, we are ready to support the government of South Africa, the South African private sector, to ensure that there are adequate resources, both financial and non-financial, to not only adapt to the world of continued turbulence in the midst of COVID-19, but also to thrive in the new business environment created by the AFCFTA. The products that I just mentioned are just only a tip of the iceberg. Perhaps maybe later there'll be an opportunity when there's a panel session for my colleague who is on the panel to share more light on the many products that we have. But we're also available to talk to people. The trade fair is not an end in itself. It's simply a platform. We want to do business. We want to do business in South Africa. We want to support the South African growth agenda, and needless to say, the KZN as well. My job here is to invite all of you to join us at IATF 2021. As exhibitors, as sponsors, if you want enhanced visibility, as buyers who want to redirect the supply chains, and as participants in the conference and the various activities that we'll hold, it promises to be an exciting time. And it's all towards the journey of a vision of an integrated and prosperous Africa. I've heard it said oftentimes that opportunity has a shelf life. This is your opportunity. Well, I'm optimistic, though, that South Africa and the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal will be strongly represented. We look forward to seeing you in Durban in November 2021. I thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your behalf, I'd like to thank Mrs. Awani, who's the Managing Director, Intra-African Trade Initiative at Afreximbank. Thank you so much indeed for setting us up for, as you said, there's going to be an exciting time in November and an opportunity, as you say, opportunities that don't come around too often. And one just gets a sense that this is our time. We're just coming out of COVID, hopefully, by the time this thing starting to move away from the worst of it. I think that's probably the best way to set it up. But also, as you said, the AFCFTA is the game changer that we've been looking for some time now. So it has never been a better time to have an intra-Africa trade fair and start to encourage that inter-Africa trade that we really haven't been making most use of for whatever reason. And hopefully some of these reasons will come up in our conversation. But one of them I learned this afternoon is really just about knowing ourselves. We don't know what we produce. We don't know our capabilities. And a fair and a trade fair such as this gives us that opportunity. So thank you so much indeed. And as you said, it's time for us to take our destiny into our own hands by taking deliberate action going forward. So, Mrs. Awani, thank you very much indeed for those words and setting us up. All right, so we're going to do the panel discussion now. I'm going to invite a few people to come join us up on the stage here. But I want this to be as interactive as possible. So I'd love to get some questions from you as well. I'll probably ask them all, maybe one question each, just to set things up. But I'd love to hear more about what you're curious about, because you represent a number of constituencies in your viewers, readers, and listeners. And it'll be good also just if you are a stakeholder, an interested party, if you're a businessman perhaps, just to get a better sense of what this is about, what it can do for you as we explore this burning question. So if I could ask my panelists to join us up on stage now, and I'll introduce them properly once they're seated. Please welcome Mr. Humphrey Ngugo, Mr. Neville Machi, Ms. Grace Koza, Ms. Palesa Pili, Mr. Mbusiswa Ngobo, Mr. Studuzo Shangase, and Ms. Carol Kitsia. All right, so if I can make sure everybody's sitting on the right place. So our guests are here, and as I said, I will ask a lot of questions, but I really do want it to be about you and what you're curious about. And normally people like me try to talk quite a lot at the top of these conversations to set it up and so on and so forth, but I'm mindful of time, and I think what's really, really important, what we've said here is that we're building forward better post-COVID-19. So in real terms, we were trying to do something before COVID-19. We were trying to build forward, but now we have this extra layer, a disruption that happened. And this was literally as the AFCTFA was just signed and just came into being. So we've got a game changer that's there, but perhaps hasn't had time to express itself fully. And then we had COVID-19, and now we have to think about how do we do this inter-Africa trade. We know that less than 20% of trade on the continent is leaving the continent. So how do we change that equation? Perhaps the other way around, that 80% inter-Africa trade and then 20% to other parts of the world. And we have to find a way, I guess, because South Africa is the host country, Durban, the host city, and KwaZulu-Natal, the host province. What are some of the opportunities that this country and this province in particular can offer in terms of trade and investment, particularly under the gambit of the AFCFTA? And so we have this esteemed group of people that are going to help answer some of these burning questions and also field some of your questions as we begin this conversation. So let's get right into it. And I'm going to start with the regional, in fact, I'm going to introduce them first of all. They can just say hello so that you know who we're talking about. From left to right, if I could say, welcome to Mr. Humphrey Ngugo, who's the Regional Chief Operating Officer, Southern Africa, Afreximbank. Mr. Neville Machi, who's the CEO, Trade and Investment. How big is your business card? Welcome, welcome. Mr. Studuzo Shangase, who's the Youth Startup Director, Energy Capital Solutions, KwaZulu-Natal. And I'm very excited about the youth aspect. And I don't know, upstairs I shared a statistic which always speaks to me. The average age of an African on the continent is 19.7. So all of us here are geriatrics compared to the average age of, it's a young continent, young people are in the majority, and so we've got to create opportunities and platforms for them, because if we get in their way, they're going to actually carry on without us regardless, and that's the truth of what's happening. So I'm great, and I'm looking forward to hearing a lot more from you about that. And also the KZN Film Commission CEO, Carol Kutsia. Carol, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, the creative industries, again, another, I would say, low-hanging fruit, opportunity for us to do amazing things. And we are doing some great things in film. If you think about, you know, Nigeria's talked about a lot in terms of Nollywood, but I think right across the continent, special things are happening, particularly here in South Africa more and more as well. So let's begin our conversation if you are ready. And I'll start with you, Mr. Nugo. How will the Pan-African payment and settlement system assist South Africa's exports into other countries on the continent?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Moderator. I think that is a relevant question in today's Africa, given obviously the expected expansion of trade that will be triggered by the AFCFTA. We as a bank, as African Export-Bond Bank, we did a study sometime around 2015 it was. And we found that Africa as a unit, as a continent, has 42 different currencies. And if a country in Africa wants to trade with another, you take South Africa and Zimbabwe, for instance, they have to open letters of credit, which are denominated in third currencies or foreign currencies, US dollars, euros, and which clears in either London or in New York. And these are neighboring countries. So the cost of that was very huge. So we thought, as the Trade Finance Bank for Africa, how can we assist, obviously with a well-documented low levels of intra-African trade? How can we support Africa to begin to trade in own currency, instead of using foreign currency with its attendant costs, and sometimes, obviously, as you know, with little political crisis, the foreign banks would cut their lines, etc., etc. Now, we heard earlier on today when the AU Commissioner for Trade was speaking, that anecdotal evidence suggests that even the low levels of African trade is also grossly underreported. The reason is simply because the informal part of that trade is not captured in the overall trade. So some studies suggested that if we can trade in African currency, the 42 currencies that we have on the continent, the overall Africa's trade can improve by not less than $50 billion. These are informal trades taking place today that are not being reported. And there will be cost savings in excess of $5 billion per annum, which are costs that are being incurred today as a result of payments on foreign currency denominated instruments. So our role, therefore, in all that is to ensure that whilst the importer in Zimbabwe, imported from South Africa, can actually pay for the goods in local currency in Zimbabwe, and the South African exporter can get it in any currency that they choose. But obviously, from our perspective, they should get it in rand. We are trying to encourage Africa to begin to trade with its own currency. So we are, in effect, the guarantors and clearinghouse of sorts in that arrangement. And we're working with central banks all over Africa to ensure that that happens. The good thing is that arrangement is not replacing any existing arrangement. It's actually complementing. So there is interoperability between the platform that we are setting up and other payment arrangements. And that is the idea, to enhance and complement existing protocols. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Pretty exciting. I mean, I guess this is an interim thing, because ultimately what might be first prize is to have one currency across the continent.
That is the intention.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thanks so much. I'm sure we'll get a few questions on that payment system to help us get these payments done much quicker, more efficiently. So let's talk a little bit about KwaZulu-Natal, the province that we're in. And Neville, what are the attractions that KwaZulu-Natal has for investments, and what are the key sectors that people should be looking at?
Thank you for the question. I think, first of all, just to indicate that as a province, we are a very agile province. We respond quickly to investors, and I must compliment the African Bank, whom we have taken projects to from KwaZulu-Natal, and a lot of them are actually quite at an advanced stage of funding. And that's really the type of relationship that we want to build. And that's how KwaZulu-Natal moves. South Africa, just for our global audience, South Africa has got 9 provinces, and out of the 9 provinces, KwaZulu-Natal is the second largest economy into South Africa, following Gauteng, and then we are followed by the Western Cape, which is where Cape Town is located. We have diverse cultures and diverse opportunities. From an infrastructure perspective, we are well developed as a region. We have 2 SEZs, special economic zones, one which is located here in Durban called Durban Trade Port, and the second one which is located further north called Richards Bay IDZ. The 2 SEZs really form the anchor in terms of our export trade and encouraging manufacturers to locate into those SEZs. Over and above the SEZs, there's economic hubs that are driven by our provincial government. Depending on the type and the nature of sector that we have, for example, we've just concluded a process through our mother Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs to support the clothing and textile sector from a manufacturing perspective, with the potential of establishing an SEZ further in the west in Ladysmith, but in essence looking at the clothing and textile belt because there's a lot of strengths in terms of the sector. The automotive sector, as has been announced, is a very strong sector, hence also the IATF this year coming to Durban is also focusing on the automotive sector. We have both, of course, the OEM, Toyota, as well as first, second, and third tier suppliers, not only into Toyota, but other OEMs that are located within the region. The ICT BPO sectors are also quite important for us from a business processing and outsourcing sector, really absorbing a lot of youth in terms of employment. In Durban alone, approximately 12,000 people employed within that sector and growing and continued being supported. And then, of course, agriculture, a very important sector, looking at agro-processing. It's a huge sector within our province. As mentioned earlier, in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we've identified products that we're wanting to export into the African continent. And the question that you raised earlier, do we actually know what we want to sell into the continent? As KwaZulu-Natal, through the leadership of our Premier and our MEC, we've actually developed key products that we've been able to identify that we can actually trade into Africa. And we're also looking currently at a full analysis and in terms of products that actually we require in order to encourage intra-Africa trade. The chemical sector is also quite an important sector, which includes rubber products, which are also being exported from our region. Tourism sector, within tourism, we're also looking at property development to support the tourism sector. So we're literally a vibrant economy. We've a stable climate for doing business. And the most important thing is adequate government support for those that are wanting to actually do business in our region. We have a very strong relationship with the business community within KZN, organized business, and we continue to enhance and find solutions to really enhance the way in which we do business within our region and to create a climate that's conducive for investors to actually come and invest in our region. turning red tape into green tape.
Sounds very, very exciting. And one question that keeps coming up for me, and some of the people on the continent might have different ways of looking at it. For example, in Nigeria, you have a federal government, and then you have a state government. Yeah. South Africa, we have national government, provincial government. Can you, as a province, sign off on things? Or does it always have to filter up to national, so that if I'm an investor and I want to invest in KwaZulu-Natal, can I deal with you and you sign off and it's done?
We have established, in part, of course, through national government, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, a one-stop shop that specifically deals with national government, provincial government, as well as local government compliance departments, where you go into one building, you're able to register your company, you can register your taxes, register for Department of Labor. If you're requiring information in terms of, for example, the city of Durban, through our relationship with Invest Durban, we're able to then quickly link you up in terms of the regulatory compliance processes at a city level. If you're doing an EIA, we have a person from our Department of Economic Development specifically looking at EIA processes within our office. So under one roof, you're able to have national government, provincial government, and local government to facilitate your entire value chain in terms of locating you and moving your project into our region. So again, as I've said, it's a process of converting the red tape to green tape.
Well, sounds great. Very, very great. Now, Grace, this has been dubbed the game changer of game changers for the continent. The AFCTA Secretariat is where you're housed. What are the key objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area? And I mean, when you say it, it sounds big, exciting, but doing it, getting it done, and actually converting that into action. Take us through that journey.
Peter, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to Afis Mbenga, our strategic partner, for really bringing us on board at this time. I think for us, it is exciting. Not only because we, as the former president alluded to, we're a generation that believes that it is our time to not just live on the hope that those who came before us passed on the baton for political liberation, but now the responsibility is to see the economic liberation of this continent. And this is the generation that believes that it's possible and it can be done. We're fortunate to be led by a Secretary General who walked the journey. He was the lead negotiator for South Africa for the AFCTA agreement. So he absolutely understands what's at stake and what needs to be done. He's leading a team of young professionals who are dedicated and determined and bring their skills and knowledge to the table, understanding the task at hand. The key three objectives I want to allude to. If you look at the agreement, there's a lot that from a regulatory framework we can unpack. But I want to talk about the three main ones that I think adds value to where we are and quickly respond to your question. One, our biggest task is to really try and make sure that all the African member states of the African Union signs and rectify the agreement. Therefore, all 55 countries of this continent sign off to the agreement so that we can eventually talk about this fully fleshed inter-trade agreement that is benefiting the whole of the continent. That's the biggest task that we have, and probably the biggest main task for now. The second one is to provide really policy changes that would instigate and stimulate changes in our member states around regulatory challenges that they might face, to open up what we eventually believe will be the liberalization of our continent through economic changes, but importantly, it will also give them impetus to see the benefit of what they have agreed on. So they've agreed, now we want them through policy to start embarking on those changes to make sure that things happen. The third, which is very important for us, is to provide platforms like this one. Platforms where really creating opportunities for the business and the public and the private sector to engage. opportunities between business and businesses to engage. At the end of the day, this game changer is not going to be driven by us who are sitting at Accra at the Secretariat. It's going to be driven by most of my colleagues who are in this podium, because they are the ones that are going to implement those policy changes that we are instrumental in making sure and driving that the member states appreciate and understand and go and implement. So it is exciting for us, because now there's an opportunity like this one, for example, the IATF Expo, where we see the partnership that we have with Afreximbank giving us an opportunity to really, really try and engage the private sector and some of our own stakeholders that we as the Secretariat need to engage. So it is exciting time, and I'm excited to be part of this.
Yeah, we're all very excited actually, but you know, we heard about green tape, red tape turning to green tape, and to try and get 55 regions, countries, to get onto the same level of green tapeness, I guess is going to be the biggest challenge, because I want to be able to get on the plane, Côte d'Ivoire tomorrow, next day I'm off to Nairobi, and I don't want to have to go via London and all of these things to get there. I just want it to be simple and straightforward. How optimistic are you that we have a willing leadership that is treating this as urgent?
Peter, the truth of the matter is, if you look at the history, just as the former president indicated, to get to where we are, the establishment of the Secretariat, it was remarkable. Within a year, the agreement was signed. Within a month, the Secretariat was established. I mean, it even under severe conditions of COVID. I truly and honestly believe that the political will is there, and that in any institution is the biggest driver of change. If you look at our counterparts in other continents, they took forever to get where they are. Historically, for us, when we look at how we got where we are, it gives us hope that this can be done. But let me give you a practical example. As I sit right now, there are 3 meetings that are taking place in different parts of the continent that we are leading. And these are practical meetings. We're meeting with the RECs. We're meeting with cross-border commissioners to look at digitizing just the cross-border access so that trade can happen easier. That for us just gives us also another opportunity of saying to naysayers, this continent wants what belongs to it, and is willing to pay the price and put on what is at stake, and really, really make sure that the changes are being done, not only for us, but for the generation that comes after us.
All right, it's very, very exciting. I'm sure you're going to get a couple of questions on that. Palesa Pili is the CEO of Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we live in a world where mostly young people, and most of our young people are very digital now. And one of the beautiful things for us is that we've been jumping sometimes these processes of industrialization and development, et cetera, and I just wonder how important digitalization is going to be in terms of being a component of especially South Africa's economic future, because I guess by using digital technology, we can jump another layer that perhaps we've been stuck on to move forward.
Thanks, Peter, for that question. I'm going to answer it in a couple of other ways in terms of how we see things as the Durban Chamber. So of course, the digital technology, we're very excited. We're looking forward to seeing more things happen, and more specifically within our country. We're looking forward to certain policies such as the release of spectrum, so that more young people can actually start to participate in this industry. When we look at the sector itself in terms of reality and practicality of where we are and where our young people are, we do have a couple of young people that are already in this sector, but majority of the current young people that are currently unemployed right now, we've got a huge challenge of youth unemployment. And what's important for us is how do we utilize this conference coming here into our city to ensure that even when we talk technology, when we talk certain other industries, what are the key things that are going to ensure that the young people will benefit here within our city? And how do we encourage them to start looking at opportunities outside of the country at the same time? So when you start talking technology, of course, great opportunity, but there's very few young people that understand technology, they drive what it means, and there's so many opportunities within technology. So, I mean, some of the practical things that we can look at when we talk technology for our young people, especially in the townships and rural areas, because, I mean, for us as a Durban Chamber, we're very, very passionate in terms of wanting them to also be part of, conversations such as this, which unfortunately we're finding more and more, they're almost like left out. There's opportunities within the electronics, for example. I spoke about spectrum. So release of spectrum. Currently, there's a lot of people that almost everybody here has got a cell phone. When a cell phone breaks down, where do we take it? In certain, key stores. So how do we start having programs that will ensure that we teach our young people into electronics support and fixing of electronic products, such as cell phones, fridges, TVs, all those kind of things. And how do we make sure that we work with government to make sure that we implement, and ensure that these young people are supported. I'm also very excited with African Bank in terms of even the startup program that they're doing for young people, because I believe that with this, then the young people will get the funding, because the main thing of the young people, I mean, they've got so many ideas and so many things that they want to do, but funding always becomes a big problem at the end of the day. So we're really looking forward to this. But then again, in addition to technology, as the Durban Chamber, we would really like to see from this particular trade fair that we have some of the young people here in our province and in our city getting involved in areas such as agriculture. I mean, Neville spoke about agriculture, so many different steps within agriculture. We're a logistics hub. So when we talk agriculture, we don't just talk about going and making sure that you going and doing the groundwork of, plowing and sowing seeds. But what happens with those programs? So after you've done that, there's a logistics, that people need to think about to say, then how do I then move them from one place to another, maybe to another place that it will get processed? So those are opportunities for young people that we see, and how do we now integrate them into the rest of the continent? Manufacturing, Neville spoke about manufacturing of different industries that are there. We want a lot of young people to manufacture their own products, so that then it can enable them to actually export these products. If we don't manufacture anything and we buy things from countries such as China and stuff, we are not creating the much needed jobs that are required. So we would really like to see, those key industries, and of course, tourism. We're really encouraging a lot of people within the continent to come and travel into our city. We've got a beautiful city, beautiful province, a rich culture. That it's an experience that we'd like to share with the rest of the province. So those are the key, low-hanging fruits that we would like to see come out of this particular fair that we believe young people will be able to benefit. Thank you.
All right. I hope as a chamber as well that you're fighting the good fight, because power and data are key components of this whole story. And, it's a simple thing like, I own a shop, I'm creating all of this wonderful clothing, but I need to market this to people in Zambia. And I need to be able to have a website and to be able to put it, and I've got a payment system that's there waiting for me to transact. But right now I'm stuck in my local area because people in Lusaka don't know that I can do these amazing things. So as we go digital, I'm hoping that you're fighting the good fight for us to make data cheaper, and that there's power everywhere, so that if I'm in Ulundi, that I too can sell these wonderful cultural beads and things.
Absolutely.
And, yeah.
I mean, we're really fighting that good fight of release of spectrum. Is one of the key things that I mentioned here when I started talking. Very, passionately driving that. And of course, as a chamber, when you talked about power, electricity, we also very, very, we welcomed the recent announcement of the president of the new power generation opportunity that will ensure that, even entrepreneurs within our city can come up and in the province can come up, with solutions in terms of power generation for the rest of the province.
Okay. Thanks so much. Again, I'm sure a few questions will come up there. Mbusiswa, we've been hearing about the automotive industry, and it does seem as if that this is an area of huge potential and opportunity. What are the challenges, though, that perhaps that South Africa is facing as an automotive industry that we need to look at and try and overcome to really enjoy the potential that it has?
Thanks for that, Peter. And I must express my sense of gratitude. I'm humbled to express my own experiences within the automotive sector, primarily on two areas, as a businessman and also as a Black South African. It is one of the largest employers in the country. A lot more employment creation along the value chain. And if you look at the trade volumes and the export destinations versus the import sources, there's certainly a lot more work or scope for South Africa, and in this context for the African continent in terms of expanding or expansionary industrial policy to increase localization. So it's one of the key challenges within, and if I speak correctly, as a component manufacturer rather than as an OEM, to formulate and agree on strategies that improve and enhance localization, requires a lot of effort, and in this instance, it certainly does address the unemployment, technology being one of the challenges in terms of manufacturing technologies, and South Africa in this instance being able to access some of those leading technologies to be able to produce locally. So those are some of the entrepreneurial experiences or hurdles that one has to go through to be able to craft a mark in the sector. And there's certainly others, historical challenges, but mainly in this instance, it is to look at it purely from an entrepreneur's point of view. So we certainly can do a lot more if we're able to localize, and it goes across for all the regions.
Yeah, I like the word localization, and I find it remarkable if we consider how far we are in terms of abilities, skills, and knowledge, and so on and so forth. When are we going to develop our own car, a green one even, actually?
I'll be careful in responding to that. And the reason is I don't have doubt that it's possible. I don't have doubt that, or I know that there was some work done by the South African government on that. So if maybe we then say, when are we going to have an African car?
Yes.
That is maybe a better proposition that we can look at. And certainly from my point of view, that will be a three-way conversation. The African states, the industry itself, and the manufacturers or the component manufacturers. But if there is that strong ambition, I'd certainly look at it from an African point of view, primarily because of the resource base that exists to be able to do that, and the skill set that exists. I don't have doubt that it's there. So those are the aspects that I'd consider.
young people like you must drive this because you've got the energy. Some of us are too grey now. But we certainly look forward to seeing some of these opportunities being fully ventilated. All right, so again, at the beginning, I got very excited when we talk about youth because we're such a young continent. And Staduza, I don't know how you're going to do it, but yours is probably the hardest job in the room in terms of creating jobs for Africa's youth and opportunities for Africa's youth. What are some of the solutions that we should be looking at?
Thank you very much for the question. As you've mentioned, we are the youngest continent in the world. We have a population that is set to top 2 billion in the very near future. For me, the biggest tool that we will have in bringing jobs through to the African youth is to foster the spirit of entrepreneurship within the African youth. There is no bigger tool. In fostering it, though, there are certain things that we need to put in place. We need to create that culture. We need to empower our youth with knowledge so that they understand the startup economy, how to actually build a business. What are the various components that go into actually building a business from scratch? Understanding the problem, understanding the solution, how do you go to market? We also need to empower them in terms of the implementation of some of the very beautiful policies that we have in the country, but we often don't find them trickling down to those who need them. Access to capital, access to information. We've seen what technology can do for the continent in how we jumped the hardline era of telecoms in the country from not having communication straight to mobile. My dream is that renewables will do the same for the energy sector. So once we're able to build that culture where our youth is, even in school, not thinking about qualifying to get a job, but thinking about while still in school, what business can I start? What can I bring to my community and serve? And then expanding that into the country, into the continent, because the potential is there, the ideas are there. I think the drive is there. We simply need to empower our youth to be able to bring those ideas from their minds straight to a reality.
How are we enabling conversations between young people across the continent? Because I find that somebody's got a solution in Nairobi for a problem that's in Johannesburg because they've traveled that journey already. How do we get them talking to each other so that there's a bunch of solutions that are happening much quicker?
Yeah. The power of social media has been amazing for a lot of industries, the film industry, the music industry. Certain business sectors have even in the youth space, benefited a lot from interaction, the removal of those borders through social media. So the power of being able to communicate digitally, being able to sit in an online meeting, we need that power, though, to be for our youth to understand it across the board. It can't be just a certain sector that's very tech savvy, that's very involved in the social media space, but again, we need to facilitate that culture of the use of devices such as social media in positive lights to create business, to create those conversations that are going to move economies and lives forward.
Yeah, all right. Carol, one area that's particularly dear to me is your environment, and that's the work you do with the Film Commission, KwaZulu-Natal, but the creative industries. And I do think that this is a low-hanging fruit, like tourism, where we have so many creative people that just need avenues and vehicles. So how do we help? What are some of the challenges that you're facing that we're just not getting all that potential, all that talent, all that creativity out there?
Thanks, Peter. And I think on behalf of the creative industry, we're just thrilled to be part of this. I think the creative industry always feels that it's left out. It's sort of the orphan child. No one really values what the creative industry has to offer. And yet, if you think about every single person in this room, this morning you woke up, you looked at what you were going to wear today, you watched TV, you watched the news, you listened to music in the car. You know, everything you do every single day, we are all consuming the creative industry. And all the research shows that the creative industry, from an economic point of view, creates massive jobs. The multiplier effect is significant. So it's really a no-brainer as to why we should invest in the creative industry. I think South Africa, if we look at the continent, has taken the lead in that respect. I think we're the only country that offers financial incentives for a number of the areas in the creative sector. But I think where the fundamental challenges lie is if you look at how it is structured, and typically most people in the creative industry are freelancers, they're independent, so they just don't have the backing and the support. I think COVID hit really hard on the creative industry sector because many of those individuals couldn't claim any of the support incentives that were there provided by government because of that. If you look at the productive line in the creative sector, I think some of the challenge there is really around things like skills, access to funding. Again, as much as Nigeria has done very well, for example, in the film sector, it's primarily been led by the private sector. There's been very little government intervention. Also in terms of, if you look at intellectual property, you often hear about musicians that die as paupers. We've got the most amazing talent, as you said, and why is that? It's because they are living they're living from foot to mouth, and so if they get given an offer for whatever idea they've got, whether it's a song, whether it's a film, whatever it is, they'll take that money and not retain their intellectual property. So they don't have a long-term revenue stream coming in to ensure that they become sustainable, and even after they've then gone into the retirement years, they don't have any pension or anything like that because of the nature of the business. So those are really the kind of challenges that are there. And then on the consumer side, if you ask anybody in this room, to be honest, if they go to the movies and there's an option of watching a Hollywood movie versus South African production, what are you going to choose? So we have to shift the consumer behavior to start supporting African content and African products. And I think also I think technology is going to, as everyone has been talking about, is going to open those opportunities in a massive way. Netflix, for example, got 40 million new viewers, subscribers in the last year because of COVID. So there's a massive shift as to how people are now accessing content, and they are desperate for African content. So I think the opportunities are really, really there, and it's really just how do we give that support to the industry. And I think it's really, this is the time. People want access to content, and African content is the best at this stage.
Is there enough work, do you think, being done in terms of, because I constantly keep hearing young people coming to me and says, Peter, how can I also be on TV? And I'm saying, don't worry about what I'm doing. And this platform is changing so much now. There's different ways to do things. I was pleasantly surprised the other day. I saw these young kids in Nigeria on a mobile phone shooting a film and using the technology that's available on the computers and putting up a green blanket at the background, and they were doing space movies in their back garden. And suddenly, you don't need these huge budgets, but just somebody to show the different ways to do certain things. Is that something that we're working on to reimagine film, reimagine creativity?
Absolutely. I mean, that's really the direction that it's going. I think the days of you wanting to see your film or your content in the movie house, that's shifted away completely. And there's so many new platforms that are available. I know it's been spoken about for such a long time that Africa needs to create their own Netflix. And I think what's really exciting, what we're excited about during the trade fair, there's a focus on the creative sector. And these are some of the conversations that we're going to be having in terms of, particularly at a policy level, how do you start providing that kind of support to particularly young people so that they can get on board. But the creativity is there, and it's really just saying how do they get access to the consumer at the end of the day. So we need to be working on the consumer side as well, because if we're not going to be supporting these young people and buying what they're selling, it's a no-win. So that's really we also need to be looking at in the marketing side of things.
Very, very excited about that. Okay, so the floor is yours now, open. I think you've provoked a few questions, I hope. If you have a question, just put your hand up and we'll get a microphone to you. There's one right at the back already, so if we can get a microphone to you, don't forget to say who you are, and then we'll get somebody to answer the question for you. There's another hand over here, so if we can get those. We'll try and get a few questions done because time's not on our side, but the first one over there, if you could stand up and just ask your question, and then the second person, if you could put your hand up still so we can get a microphone to you. Okay, go ahead. Your name and where are you from?
Thank you, Peter. My name is Traveshan Naidu. I'm the Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Georgia, based in Durban, but I'm also a businessman that resides here. Good evening to the panel. I would like to firstly amplify Mr. Neville Mikey's positive comments on Afreximbank. I've had some interaction with them, and they have been quite forthright and very proactive in their feedback. Even through TIKZN, the introduction came by that, through Mr. Mikey's colleague, Ms. Donne Kruger, and it's been very fruitful since then. My question goes around also which was raised via TIKZN, the practicality of the agreement. What does it mean today for us? It's signed. Can we use it? What are the products? What are the list of products that we can? Is it everything that's duty-free, or are there certain items that are excluded? Where can we get this information? It expands further. Have the customs officials been trained? If we send something to a border, do they know how to read the document that says duty-free? Please allow it in. And thirdly, what about the resistance to change? You would perhaps understand in Africa, with the corruption, there are a lot of custom officials that make a lot of money on the side. They might just force our products to sit at the border, even though it's duty-free into the territory, and not let it through. My last is a comment and perhaps a suggestion. We have this structure. Perhaps we could also use the structure to enforce an export duty on our high-value products that leave our continent, tungsten, cobalt, other items to the world. That will thereafter enforce beneficiation on our continent. Let the world be taxed for what we produce. Thank you.
Fantastic questions. Yeah, Chris. I hope you've been taking notes.
I am.
It almost sounds like an MBA dissertation, actually.
It's going to help with my PhD.
So help us. I mean, what can I do today that I couldn't do before the signing of this agreement?
Well, what you would do today, what you couldn't do before the signing, is that, importantly, you can be assured that the continent is in the right direction. If your country has rectified the agreement, that means they are now going to participate. Colleagues, let me probably just explain this. One of the key objectives that we've also been taking as the Secretariat quite seriously is to educate and inform the citizenry of this continent. The agreement are signed by member states, that means the governments. But the activation and the responsibility of the agreement to come alive is our responsibility, us as the citizenry. So when we sit here and talk about what is expected of us, the question that we always pose as a Secretariat to the public is, what is your involvement in making sure that your government knows that you understand that things need to be done differently? So if you are asking about what we could have done before January 2021, when we started trading, the reality of it is that we've now starting to negotiate with a lot of regional economic communities to make sure that they start unlocking the opportunities for the member states' businesses to now start trading. As I said earlier on when I explained, at the present moment, there is a big meeting that's taking place at Lome. And the meeting is around informing and trying to help the whole corridor between Lome, Nigeria, Ghana, that whole customs border corridor, to make sure that we really help them to digitize the process. So we're talking about practical things that we're coming up with as a Secretariat. In the next 3 days, the conversation will be around that. How do we assist ECOWAS, which is the regional economic community in that part of the world, to enable their member states to understand that it will be more effective to digitize the process from a custom process point of view, to make it easier for you and me to trade. One practical example that always hit home for me is when we recently went to Tanzania. The ladies at the Chamber of Commerce in Tanzania said, we went there with the Secretary General, we were excited, we tell them about the agreement, and at the time we're still trying to get Tanzania to rectify. And as if you all know, just a week or two ago, they were the 41st country to rectify the agreement. And at that time when we went to the country, we were still trying to encourage the public sector to put a bit of pressure.
And one of the ladies in the chamber came to us and said, we hear you, but what is exciting for us is that you finally come on board. The truth of the matter is we've been trading as women. And they talked about the challenges that you talked about from a security point of view, from the regulatory framework that at times inhibits them from doing what they've done for years. Some of them, they've inherited this trade from their grandparents. And they said it has given us some hope that you are finally, from a political point of view, seeing that this needs to be activated and it needs to be done well. So there is that hope and that impetus from ordinary members, especially for those who've been trading in the continent. What we're now doing with the conversation with the regional economic communities is to also help them literally unlock, because, colleagues, this whole trade has been taking place. But also regionally, we've got ECOWAS, as I indicated, we've got SADC, you've got COMESA. They've also been doing all of this. The Secretariat's job is to help them connect the dots now to make it a broader continental inter-trade platform. And that's what we're doing. I think the issue around corruption and the challenges that you will face, this is where it's important for all of us to stand up. The reality of it again is that we could sit in Accra, help the member states come with the better, wonderful policy frameworks that would influence their regulatory framework so that you, from looking at what we have written and what's been agreed upon, it looks like it can be practical. But if we do not, as ordinary citizens, don't stand up and say, but we want these changes taking place. And that's why, Peter and the colleagues here, we've got 2 upcoming, what I think will be groundbreaking conferences for the first time at the Secretariat. We've got a Women in Trade conference that's coming up. Part of that is to listen to the voices of the women who've been trading. It's important for us not to have a room filled with government negotiators, policy formulators or academics, but also to listen to ordinary people who were saying, we know the challenges on the ground. So we look forward to seeing you in February next year in Accra, where we'll be hosting the first Women in Trade conference. The second one is around the young people. We have deliberately, as a Secretariat, decided to focus on the young people because we also believe that it's a generation that a lot in the industry that they really want to operate in, we can leapfrog. We can find ways of catching up quicker than anybody else. The creative industry is one example, and it gives us that opportunity to do that. But I really want to say, Peter, posing it back to the colleagues, the onus is on all of us, not just the Secretariat. We're here to ensure that the member states, the government that have agreed and shown the political will that they want to do this, but it's up to us to make sure it gets done.
All right. Studuza, you wanted to add something? 30 seconds?
Taking me by surprise, no.
Oh, no. I thought you were putting your hand up. You were just scratching your ear. Okay, don't worry, because I'm going to give you an opportunity just now. But there was a second question at the front here. And it's funny, in every country on the continent, there is a word for corruption. In Zimbabwe, in Shona, we've got something called chioko mohomwe, which literally translated means hand in the pocket. So... and it is something that we need to actually manage and deal with very seriously. Yes?
I think the other consideration to that, and excuse me here, dabbling a bit on philosophy, my learnings is, for so long as, economic participation isn't broadened, these social challenges will prevail. So, you're talking about some of these regions and some of these so-called cultures. And if you look at it from a cause and effect point of view, even looking at the South African context, if you're looking at the demographic participation in the automotive sector, in the telecommunications sector, there's that those artificial barriers that from a a socio-economic point of view, if those barriers aren't addressed, they create something, indirectly.
Yeah.
And it's just to add to the point that certain observations around the creation and the protection of economic value also include social systems that are.
You know, we can talk about this actually as a conversation all by itself, but one that we definitely have to address as part of this story, because that customs guy actually is going to be very involved in this. This won't work unless he doesn't feel the need to empower himself through that. So we'll chat another conversation. Sadly, we're running out of time, so I just want to get through. You've got your question and you've been standing patiently, and I wish I could give you something to... But anyway, ask your question. Just say who you are, where you're from.
Okay, my name is Thabang Mofokeng. I'm coming from the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry as a council member. First and foremost, maybe let me applaud and congratulate the formidable strides that the panel is addressing today in terms of the intra-African trade. There are a number of very sensitive and very imperative things that have been said. My question is a simple one. I just wanted to get maybe from the panel their view in terms of course, number one, the barriers to trade that is limited, the trade liberalization that many of the African states have tried to conclude, like your SACU, your SADC, COMESA, ECOWAS, they've rightfully mentioned, through the bilateral trade agreements. How can it be possible that also a single currency that will assist the African continent to be able to establish itself, to have a sound, one of the macroeconomic policies, which is the monetary policy, like for an example, if it was a single currency, how can it be done that that single currency can be benchmarked against our own mineral reserves, which is what we have a comparative advantage as a continent combined.
All right.
That can be easily stated that 30% of the reserves is what we have underground. 8% of that is the gas, and 40% of that is gold, and 90% of that is chromium and platinum combined. So looking at those few commodities that one has mentioned, how can that be made possible, taking into consideration all the current challenges and the red tapes, which my brother said can be turned to green?
Sheesh, that sounds like a fourth-year student essay question. That one. But you know what I'm going to do? Because we've run out of time, I'm going to start wrapping up. And I literally can give you 30-ish seconds each to say your final piece. And the people who can answer that question, if you can have another 10 seconds. But I've got a feeling that, you know, if we don't manage it, something called cryptocurrency is going to take over this process anyway. So let's start this time. The first shall be last and the last shall be first. Let's start with you, Carol. 30 seconds, final message to the world at large.
I think what's really going to be exciting during the trade fair in November is talking about how the African continent can come together, particularly in the creative sector and the creative space, to start seeing how we can support each other. I think it's been spoken about the inter-African trade and the opportunities that are there. And we're certainly looking forward to sharing our experiencing in KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa with the rest of the continent to see how we can really grow and ensure that we've got sustainable entrepreneurs. Thanks.
Fantastic. Carol, thank you very much indeed. CEO, KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission. Thank you so much. Mr. Duzo?
Thank you very much, Peter. What excites me most about South Africa as a country, Africa as a continent, is that there is so much potential in so many different sectors for growth, for exponential growth. I can't think of a single area where we have reached a saturation point, whether we're talking about manufacturing or agriculture or the arts. anywhere that a young person wants to plow their passion and their heart into, they can make it a success in this country. So, I mean, and on this continent through such agreements. So for me, still very exciting times for the African continent.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much. Duduzo Shangase, Youth Startup Director, Energy Capital Solutions, KwaZulu-Natal. Mbusiswa, your final thoughts?
Thank you, and let me acknowledge the Mayor of Durban in this closing remark of mine. We want to do deals. We are serious about business. We want to do good trade business, and looking forward to the fair. And if there is avenues to start creating those linkages, certainly I think, as a member of the Durban Chamber as well, I think, Valisa, we need to talk along those. So let's create an active channel of communication leading up to the fair and be ready to close deals there.
Fantastic. Our thanks to Mbusiswa Ngobo, Deputy Chairperson, National Association of Automotive Component and Allied Manufacturers in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you so much. Palesa, Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Yes, you heard that we're very famous. I mean, almost everybody here is Durban Chamber. I think my closing remarks would really be to say that what we would like to see, from this is we'd like to see as many young people participate as possible. Yes, we'll have the older people, but we need to mobilize to ensure that we have a lot of young people. My mayor is sitting here, and I'm hoping that this is a message that will be taken especially to the communities so that they see the kind of opportunities that are there. And also, most importantly, to ensure that our young people need to know that trading with the continent is the future, and it is the only way that us as a continent will be able to trade with each other, instead of looking at each other as enemies and all those kind of things. So it's very important that we educate them and they see opportunities of how all the countries can work together to grow the continent together. Thank you.
Palesa Pili, CEO, Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very, very much indeed. Grace, final words.
Oh, Lord. Peter, thank you very much for the opportunity again. But I think from our side as the Secretariat, as I started by saying, we're very excited that this is happening. We're appreciative of the platform that Afreximbank has given us as our partner, especially now coming to eThekwini from the 15th to the 21st of November this year. What's important is for our publics to appreciate that this, as I said, can only be effected if all of us empower ourselves with knowledge and understand what the agreement is all about. To see a young lady in Accra trading, selling shea butter to her counterpart in Togo, and hopefully one day being able to sell that legitimately in South Africa and be able to also get a South African young person trading something back to Accra, is exactly what the Secretariat is all about. We're creating platforms for exactly that, not only for big business, which is taking advantage, but ordinary citizens of this country, men and women who are at the heartbeat of trade on this continent.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Grace Khoza, Principal Communications Advisor in the AFCFTA. I'm very excited about that as well. My first trip to East Africa, I came across something called bark cloth. And it's just the most amazing thing. Look it up, Google it. The Baganda, I think, were the real kind of proponents of it, but great, great material. But we don't know about what we don't know about, sadly. Okay, and Neville.
I'll just try and conclude, and I'll just respond also to one or two questions that have come through. The one thing that I think we need as different governments to do is to have procurement reform. As long as we have a procurement system that does not enable supporting local manufacturing, we will never be able to create a vibrant manufacturing, and we will not be able to create a conducive environment for us to trade amongst each other. Because 9 times out of 10, instead of buying bad equipment in Richards Bay, you'll end up importing a product from the USA, which is also a yellow product, and buying it. And worst of all, even the air in the tire comes from the US. Whereas you've got a product right here. You know, that's just one example of many examples. So that level of procurement reform is critical and is necessary. We encourage local manufacturing. We should be able to support local manufacturing. Number two, we need to also move away from being absorbed by the colonial master approach. That before I get into Angola, I've got to go via Brazil or via Portugal. Before I get into South Africa, I've got to go via the UK or Germany or whatever. Before I get into a specific region, I've got to go into France first. We've got to move away from that, and that's one critical area that I know the Secretariat are going to have to really work hard at, and the change that is required in each government to ensure that that mentality moves away from actually intra-Africa trade. And finally, just to end off with these few words, it says, and I'll quote Reverend Jesse Jackson, who said, "Both tears and sweat are salty, but they render a different result. Tears, you get sympathy. Sweat, you get change."
Oh, so we must sweat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Neville Mikey, CEO of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal. Thanks so much. And the final word, Humphrey.
Well, thank you, Peter. Thanks a lot. And thanks to the audience as well for being this patient. It's almost 6:30 and I still see a lot of people in the room, which demonstrates, obviously, commitment to the issues we are discussing. Just to quickly touch on what that gentleman mentioned about barriers to trade. And I think Grace has clearly articulated the fact that what AFCFTA does for us is to, in effect, define the rules of engagement. Rules, trade in goods, trade in services, dispute resolution, principles, rules of origin, etc., etc. But that's overall trade liberalization. But our view is that alone cannot take us to where we want to be. We want to improve intra-Africa's trade. We need to discuss issues around facilitation, and I think that's what the gentleman is talking about. So we said that the single most important factor militating against intra-African trade is lack of information. So, and that's why we're inviting everyone to come to this trade fair. This is just one of the several instruments that we have developed as the Trade Finance Bank for Africa to assist Africa to understand that they can do business with others. There are issues around logistics, infrastructure, of course, payment systems, like I mentioned earlier on, etc. So we think Afreximbank has specific solutions to all these specific facilitation issues that we deliberately developed as a result of the research that we've done. And I'll be happy to discuss it outside of this forum in terms of the issues that we are talking about, certification issues, because we need to trust ourselves. We need to harmonize standards. We have disparate standards. Different countries have their own national standards. We need to find a way of bringing all of them together so that we have a common standard for African goods, which, if certified, everybody can then believe in. And as Afreximbank, we are developing certification centers in different countries as a result of that. And we are also lobbying the African Union to set up that African Certification Center or certification standard, as well as regulations as well. Those are all the challenges, trying to harmonize the disparate regulations that we have in different countries. So those are facilitation issues which will complement the effort of the AFCFTA to give us the result that we are all looking for. So I think that is where I would leave it for now.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for our panelists. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much. Humphrey Ngugo, Neville Mikey, Grace Koza, Falesa Pili, Mbusiswa Ngobo, and Studuzo Shangase, as well as Carol Kutsia. Thank you so much indeed. Okay, I know it's been please support, come in your numbers. It's going to be a great gig, and Durban's going to be the place to be for the Inter-Africa Trade Fair this year, for sure. Okay, we're going to start wrapping things up. There's a couple of people that I'm going to call up just to say a few final words, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day already, but thank you so much for staying with us. And just before we hear from our next speaker, we've been talking about the creative industries, and there's one aspect of this year's Intra-Africa Trade Fair that's pretty exciting, and it's something called CANEX. And the Afrexim Bank identified the creative sectors in Africa as a unique space and opportunity for employment, massive economic growth, and poverty alleviation. And so you're going to see CANEX at the trade fair this year, and it really is an event not to be missed. It's going to be an opportunity to see some of the top creative talent on the continent here and displaying their work. And it's going to be there'll be a two-day high-level CANEX summit on the 19th and the 20th of November. So just to give you an idea what it's going to be and what to expect with the creative industries and CANEX at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, let's just take a quick look at this.
Africa's soul is creative. Our music is our heart or our vision. Our fashion is our being. Our words are our voice. Our art is our future. Africa's creatives are rising within a mobilizing economy, ready for investment and growth. The Creative African Nexus, brought to you by Afrexim Bank, will take place in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, 15 to 21 November 2021. With over 3,000 participants from across Africa and the globe, Creative African Nexus will be the largest gathering of creatives, policymakers, investors, funders, financial and government leaders that Africa has ever seen. The future of African creativity is here.
Are you sure? Okay. All right, so there you have CANEX. This is an exciting part of the Inter-Africa Trade Fair that will be taking place a little bit later on. Okay, so final words as well. Very important, of course, that we're in Durban. And it's my great pleasure now to ask the host city mayor to say a final few words for us. And so if you could put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the mayor of eThekwini Municipality, His Worship Councillor Xolisi Kaunda. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, our moderator, who has really steered this ship to the right direction. All protocol is observed. Mine is just to thank all of you, to express our words of gratitude to all of you for participation, and also responding to spend your time with us in looking at how can we better place and reposition Africa to its glory so that it can rise to the occasion and deliver for its people. That is highly appreciated. As a city, we have been choosing to host this gathering on the 15th to the 21st, which will be very interesting. Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2021. You chose the best city. Your choice was good, because the city you chose is the city that has developed its climate action plan of its first kind in Africa, which then led us to be declared the greenest city in the world. Not in Africa, in the world. So we need to leverage from those opportunities as a city. We have also been receiving accolades in the facility where we are located today. Many world accolades, from being the best major event host and destination in the world. That is Inkosi Albert Lutuli International Convention Center. We have just been granted by Global Credit Rating Agency another status when other cities in South Africa have been downgraded. We received AAA+1 as the city because we manage our finances, we manage our debts, we do everything in accordance to the books. So that's a city you have chosen. It is the best city to host this event. But in closing, we'd like to relate this message to all of us in Africa, that now is the time for Africa to rise. Now is the time for us to change our balance of trade and current account, which display that we import a lot, we export less. We need to change that. And for us to do so, we also need to look at our education so that our education is synergized to produce the people and expertise that we want to make use of in building this economy that must be just and inclusive. I fully agree with the panelists that there is a lot needs to be done, but the opportunity is there for us to rise and seize these opportunities. With our population of 1.2 billion people in Africa, and that population is still rising, that on its own, because economy is about numbers, so that's a big strength that we have as Africa. So we need to utilize it. But we need to forge the unity of purpose because we need to silence the guns in Africa to have stability so that we can be able to rise. We can't rise when we still have other areas in Africa where there is violence that is there, and we need to put those guns into silence. But we also, as Che Guevara said when he addressed one of the sessions of the United Nations, he said for developing countries to defeat imperialism, you need to unite. You need to work together. And that unity of purpose include how you forge these intra-trades that are very key in changing the economy for the better and to deliver a just and inclusive economy for people of Africa. With those few words, we wish to thank you, all of you, and also wish you everything of the best as we are preparing to host this major event in November. Let us continue the engagements of different stakeholders, encourage more businesses to join and register so that they will be coming in bigger numbers so that we can achieve the set objectives of this Intra-African Trade Fair. With those remarks, thank you very much. I'm also taking leave, Program Director. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship, thank you so much indeed for joining us. I know it's been a long day for you. Thank you for taking out so much of your time for us. And we look forward to the biggest event on the continent happening later in the year. And for those who are watching this streaming and have never been to South Africa, Durban is very special at that time of the year. It's going to be warm. We've got the warmest waters to swim in. So extend your business stay and have a great time on holiday as well. Our beaches are fantastic. Our people are brilliant. And you'll have the best time ever. Okay, final word from our final speaker today. Just to share a little bit more about the trade fair, the Inter-African Trade Fair, and what to expect. It's my great pleasure to welcome the Head of Sales and Sponsorship, Inter-Africa Trade Fair, Janice Costa.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share Inter-Africa Trade Fair with you. Inter-Africa Trade Fair is going to be hosted in the beautiful city of Durban, where we are. Thank you, Durban, for hosting us. Committed to transforming Africa, Afreximbank launched the biannual Intra-Africa Trade Fair in 2018 as a unique platform to connect African buyers and sellers and investors. IATF is a bank initiative that is done in collaboration with the African Union, the AFCFTA Secretariat, and the Government of the Republic of South Africa, and the Provincial Government of KwaZulu-Natal will host the second edition of Inter-Africa Trade Fair in Durban. Inter-Africa Trade, sorry about that. Sorry, I'll just carry on, it's not working. Inter-Africa trade is a critical factor for unlocking Africa's economic potential. A strong focus will be placed on recognizing growth opportunities for inter-African cross-border trade and investments. Our theme for 2018 is building bridges for a successful AFCFTA. The IATF is essentially a gateway for the IFCFTA, heralding what will be the biggest free trade area in the world. The first edition of Inter-Africa Trade Fair attracted over 2,500 conference delegates with 1,000 exhibitors from over 45 countries, resulting in over 32 billion worth of trade and investment in deals that were closed at the event. The second edition of the Inter-Africa Trade Fair is expected to be bigger and aims to attract over 10,000 visitors over the 7 days with all protocols observed, with buyers from over 55 countries who will engage and grow trade and investment on the African continent, with more than 40 billion in trade investment deals have been targeted at IATF 2021. The key verticals of our second edition include a trade exhibition, the Trade and Investment Forum, our IATF Virtual, Country Days, our African Nexus program, B2B and B2G exchanges, our IATF Youth Startup program, our IATF Automotive Show. The exhibition component allows government agencies and large corporates to set up pavilions, enabling them to customize their exhibition to fit their unique requirements and the opportunity to showcase their goods and services. The exhibition will be a hybrid event that consists of a B2B, B2G, and B2C component. A core element of the exhibition involves our hosted buyers program. African buyers from key sectors will be hosted to ensure that pre-scheduled meetings are arranged with exhibitors, resulting in business deals. Currently, we're sitting on a good capacity for our trade exhibition. We're sitting on about over 70% capacity, which is quite good for all the exhibitors coming in. Our Trade and Investment Forum is a 4-day conference that will feature leading and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment. The IATF conference agenda will focus on the theme building bridges for a strong AFCFTA, for a successful AFCFTA, recognizing the growth opportunities for inter-Africa trade, cross-border trade and investments, bringing business owners and investors together to learn, share, and find solutions, as well as conclude trade and investment deals. CANEX at IATF promises to be the highlight of Africa's creative and cultural calendar, with hundreds of creatives gathering in Durban, South Africa, to exhibit and showcase and network. Creative Africa Nexus and IATF will bring together the best and brightest of Africa's creative sector through a substantial exhibition space, B2B, B2G meeting opportunities, and a comprehensive program of engaging conversations, panel discussions, live performances, installations, and screening, with a 2-day high-level CANEX Summit on the 19th and the 20th of November. Another key component of IATF is our Country Days. Countries have been invited to bid for the Country Day feature. There are only 6 Country Days available, and selected countries will have the opportunity to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural activities. Currently, we have South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast who have committed to the country days. Our IATF Automotive, as we heard today how critical this is for Africa, will present a platform for car manufacturers, assemblers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers, suppliers, and governments. The IATF Automotive Show has 3 components as follows: a dedicated exhibition, automotive forum, and a B2B and B2G platform. Our IATF Youth Startup Program will provide a platform for youth startups and SMEs throughout Africa to gain support through capacity development and mentoring network access to finance, supportive infrastructure, enabling policies and market linkages. The Youth Startup segment will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their goods and services. IATF will provide an opportunity for matchmaking with venture capitalists and investors, training, networking amongst the youth and other delegates at IATF. Our IATF Virtual is a year-round platform to connect buyers and sellers from Africa and beyond. IATF brings together exhibitors and visitors from all sectors. It provides a platform for attendees and non-attendees to connect 24/7, 365 days of the year. We also have our merchandise store and our marketplace. This is an opportunity to purchase official merchandise. And our marketplace is for exhibitors to use this as a platform to sell your products. We urge you to get kitted out with our IATF merchandise, and we have a great selection of products for sale. How can you participate and enjoy the benefits of IATF? You may sign up for a virtual booth and benefit from the 365-day 24/7 platform. You may sign up for an exhibition booth and come to Durban, be in Durban, take a booth, and also benefit from connecting with buyers and sellers and investors from the African governments. Or you can register as a visitor or a delegate. Our registration is open online. You just need to go to our website and register to attend. Or you can sponsor and join our other partners who are enjoying the enhanced benefits of being associated to IATF. As a partner, you're going to benefit from access to over 1,000 buyers, 1,100 exhibitors, and over 10,000 visitors. IATF is the only platform where you will have access to meet 55 African governments, qualified global hosted buyers and investors. This is a captive audience where you can discuss your needs for the countries and for yourself. What do we need from you? We ask you to engage and follow us on our social media platforms through Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. Please be sure to tag the official IATF handle and use the hashtag IATF. Our customer service is open for any questions that you may have or to facilitate your exhibition stand. Sign up for the virtual trade fair and attend our virtual events, or book a stand or register as a visitor or a delegate and enjoy IATF 2021. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of this conversation as we develop inter-Africa trade. We urge you to participate because we will be here in Durban from the 15th to the 21st November. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Janice. And that was the final word. And I want to thank you all very much indeed for staying and being with us. And please go spread the gospel. This continent's not going to fix itself. And I can promise you that the rest of the world doesn't want us to succeed because they're enjoying 80% of our business right now. So they have no interest in us succeeding, and it's up to us to get the job done. We have to fix it for ourselves, and one of those is making sure that we support each other, buy from each other, and grow this continent. So please support the Intra-Africa Trade Fair happening 15 to 21 November. The time is now, and if we miss this boat, I don't know what the story is going to be. So please, let's not mess about with this. Let's not play games. Let's get serious and let's get the job done. See you all in November. Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Thanks, everybody. Have a lovely evening. Take care. Bye-bye.
KwaZulu-Natal is an enticing, sophisticated, and spectacular destination. As one of South Africa's 9 provinces, it is the country's second largest economy. The ambitious future growth of the province lies primarily in its positioning as the gateway to Africa. Nowhere else in the continent is the combination of sea, land and air logistics being more developed and optimized as it is in KwaZulu-Natal. The province boasts 2 of the largest seaports in sub-Saharan Africa. Durban Container Terminal, which has recently been widened and deepened, and Richards Bay Harbour, the country's busiest deep-water and break bulk port, and home to the privately operated Richards Bay Coal Terminal. Both ports are backed by a world-class rail and road infrastructure, giving KwaZulu-Natal a key competitive advantage. The N2 is an important corridor connecting Durban and Richards Bay, and the N3 links Durban with a double-lane artery to the bustling capital of Gauteng. When it comes to fast, agile access to global markets, King Shaka International Airport is Southern Africa's premier air logistics platform. Situated at the Durban Trade Port, this area truly prioritizes integrated air services. The province has the second highest export propensity as well as the second highest level of industrialization in the country. Toyota South Africa, the country's largest vehicle manufacturer, is located in the province, as are several major national suppliers. The ship repair, shipbuilding, and boat building industries also have a long and proud history in Durban. The province's chemical and plastic subsector is well established, versatile, and diversified. Minerals and mining are key industries in the northern areas. KwaZulu-Natal's agricultural sector boasts a wide diversity of high-quality agricultural land, and it is the country's leading producer of timber and manufacturer of timber products. KwaZulu-Natal is also striving to be a strong ICT and electronics contributor. To ensure growth and development of its wide variety of sectors, special economic zones have been identified as a conduit for economic growth. With its subtropical climate and breathtaking settings, KwaZulu-Natal is South Africa's domestic tourism leader. From its metropolitan heart in Durban, you will never be more than 3 hours away from the pristine beaches of the south, the majestic Drakensberg to the west, or the Isimangaliso Wetland Park in the north. As a place to live and work, KwaZulu-Natal offers world-class infrastructure and excellent medical, educational, social and cultural facilities. A skilled and semi-skilled labor pool also ensures that current and budding enterprises will have the right people readily available. With so many opportunities at hand, there's never been a better time to unlock the potential of KwaZulu-Natal. Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, your knowledge partner in business.